Nobody could just hear any of that. God damn it. Chat, you gotta say something. Oh my lord. Okay, that's hilarious, actually. I'm such a dumbass. Guys, you think after like, what is this, the 8th time now? You have it figured out, but let me test one more thing here. Just to make sure, and I should just do this every time now, just as a practice, like. Honestly, chat. Oh man. Okay. Well, let's rewind. We're gonna go back to our this version. Chat. Oh my god. One of these years, I promise you, I will learn how to be a real life grown up streamer. So what I was saying, I guess to myself, was that, yeah, I hope everyone's having a great night. Thank you for joining. Truly appreciate everybody for being here. Thank you for being on this little journey. And today we made a lot of progress on doing some polishing, taking out some things that shouldn't be there, and just trying to simplify the product into a way that would be meaningful and be helpful. And went on a long walk, and was testing, had a chat with ChatGPT, the 5.1 model. And honestly, guys, it's getting real good, like scary good. And this is the, you know what's crazy about that, by the way? See here on the top left, it still says 4.0 as the voice conversation. So I don't know if like that's still just the 4.0 model, because of latency issues or what have you, but maybe I was just talking to 4.0 and I was just really impressed. I don't know if any of the other models, like, you know, if it's kind of like a true MOE situation where it like kicks off a, you know, one of the requests to other models. Not feeling this one. By the way, I'm trying these couple different playlists, so once we get this kind of locked in, we'll be good to go. Not bad. Okay. But anyway, this is the chat I had, and this is kind of the epiphany I had on the walk. Like, I think most people are going to use this with just one, like just one of the co-hosts, because if you think about like just practically, right? Like it's easier to have a conversation with one-on-one. And honestly, just as I was testing it with 1 versus 4, like it kind of feels a lot more natural. I think 4 might be good for different situations where, I mean, if you do want to have kind of like a, in the, you know, obviously for the purposes of the actual, like Monday podcast situation, like I definitely want 4. So I'm going to use, you know, everybody's kind of different reactions for things and use it as in that way. But if I'm a streamer, I'm probably just going to choose one of these, whatever one I have affinity towards or like think has a better worldview or model or whatever, and then just probably just, you know, vibe with that one, because it's just a kind of a more natural back and forth between them. And so I was thinking of like, what does that look like? So it simplifies a lot of things for us, right? Because then we don't have to think about kind of the crosstalk between them when they cut off, the beats, the kind of some of the back and forth convos that they would have or not have. And in doing so, like, what does that mean for the product, right? So I think some of that might mean that we have to rethink how we're doing the product a little bit. So, because everything currently is kind of aligned to the assumption that there are going to be 4 present, right? So if we look here, get get to the dashboard. You know, like I think having the assumption that most of them are going to want one is we should just think about that in terms of like, how do we do this first page? And I don't think I've shown you guys yet, but I do have a new user workflow. I'm not quite vibing with this, guys. Later in like 3 hours, when Vercel has like kicked me in the nuts a few more times, then we'll vibe with that. But for now, let's go a little more chill. Okay. So anyway, the assumption that if I want to choose one of these, like what would that mean from a product perspective, right? Like I think we need to kind of rethink how we're doing the overlay part here. So don't assume 4, right? Assume 1, or maybe have like a something in here that's like 1, 2, 3, or 4. And obviously if you have 1, it doesn't really matter where you put them because you can just drag it, you know, anywhere on the screen, right? And so does it even make sense to have something like this? I mean, it still does, because if you have more than one, but I really think like more people are going to prefer to have 1 as the default and then have a couple other ones come through as such. By the way, I just want to shout out a couple people. Chat, you got to say something. Let's test and confirm it. Josh and Pumpkin, guys, thank you so much for the love. Appreciate you. And you're both rock stars and super grateful for you. Thank you for checking this out. Yeah, but honestly, like 1 makes sense. 1 is like, if you have this view, right, where something like this, or like, even if you think of like what PE was saying today, like Burnt Peanut, right? Like he has these scenes where like there's something, it's like you know, and then like the game you're playing, or like the thing that you're watching is like on the side. You could have, you know, one of these be just in the corner or something, you know, for responses or for feedback or for whatever. And I don't know if it makes sense to have 4 be the default. I think we should default it to 1 and then say up to 4 as like, hey, this is a cool option you can do as a way to just simplify their kind of user journey a little bit. And then also it saves costs, right? Because I'm not sending it to 4 and I'm sending it to 1 instead of 4. And it just seems easier, like a better user experience. So anyway, that's what ChatGPT and I talked about for about an hour. And it was a good walk, by the way. It's gorgeous outside. So great, beautiful fall evening for a walk, and chatted with ChatGPT. And then we also kind of try to dial in like what the costs of this would be. And the costs don't seem totally unreasonable. So basically like rough estimate, 10, 100, and 1,000 customers. So 10 customers, about $20 a month in total costs for TTS and STT. So text to speech and speech to text. So every time you say like, hey guys, what's up? That's a speech to text, right? And we incur a cost from Google or 11 Labs for that. And then, or Grok, GROQ, depending, we'll figure that out. But, and then on the other side, you know, whenever they say something, that's another cost that we incur. So that's, you know, we eat that, and just how much would that be? For 10 customers, we assume about 20, and then just, you know, linearly 100 is 200, 1,000 is 2,000. So that's not bad, right? $2 a month per person or per streamer. And then so pricing model, if you do like a lower cost pricing model would be like, hey, come in and use it. And then like some of the other stuff that you can do, like, you know, different, like seasonal outfits, or like different avatars, or like, you know, different ways you can do that, might be cool. I was even thinking like you could do kind of like a loot box situation where chat could, you know, do like, you know, create like a bang gift or something, and then like ask a question to the chat or to the AI, and then also like put a different outfit on it, or like you could have rare ones or something, you know, just kind of up the streamer gamer side of it a little bit. Maybe that's a naughty word, but like NFT it. So then you could just say like, this is the actual thing, create a marketplace, etc. But so there's a lot of like external revenue streams that you could have from that. But I think you just want to keep it simple. Honestly, I just want people to use it. Like I don't plan on, you know, gouging people or anything. So like if the barrier to entry is low, then you can just do it that way. And then, you know, once people are excited about it, then they, you know, do a different, you know, way to do that in the future, or monetize in the future. But I don't know. I also know that the other side of that is like, if people think it's cheap, they're going to hate it. And so like, I've been burnt by that before. I swear to God, guys, like there was this one time I remember so explicitly, like I had a website, like I used to do websites, like custom websites back in the day. And one day, like I was getting super pissed by this lady that was just like hating on every decision I did. And like just every little single thing I would change, like she would hate it. And then, so I was talking to a buddy and he's like, what I did was increase the prices and everyone loves my shit now. So the next day I literally doubled the prices of like what I charge for websites. And every single other customer after that was like, this is the best thing I've ever seen. You're a genius. Wow. I love it. This is the Mona Lisa. And so it's like, there's, you know, all these pricing considerations to think about. Like, if you price something too cheaply, that value is going to get imbued to it. If you price it too high, obviously they won't buy it, but also it's like, this is a high class thing, and like put some respect on their name, right? So we'll figure it out. Maybe I'll run it through 5.1 tonight, see, or I don't think Pro isn't on 5 yet, 5.1, so we'll figure it out. But it was a great chat, and a long way of saying, I think we got to rethink about this for 1 instead of 4. So with that said, that's going to be the first goal tonight, is to just reconfigure this page mostly on the overlay. And then also, I don't think I've shown you guys, but this is the sign up flow with, I'll show you, show you the sign up flow, which currently has the ability to like walk the users through how to set it up and like onboard effectively. I think we're at 4. Again, if you didn't know about this tip and trick, like whatever email you use, if you use a plus anything behind it, it will automatically go to your actual email. Just like the dots don't matter for this either, by the way. I'm technically that, but it's a habit. So anyway, a good way to test emails and send them to one that you own is to do that. So let's just do a quick account creation here. I'm glad we're testing this, chat. Let's go. Oh, we had this 2 days ago. Okay. You love to see it. Shoot. Okay, so I'm going to do this again to get our network error come through. Database error saving new user. Cool. So the payload was this, and the response was this. Oh, by the way, chat, I got some wine. I accidentally got white wine. I'm a dumbass. It's not my favorite, but any port in a storm. Cheers. It's actually not bad. Maybe it's the new thing. I gotta get into white wine. Although it seems so basic, bitch. I don't even want to acknowledge that I said that out loud. Can't wait till I can be able to tell my AI, like, scrub that last part of the video. That'd be great. Okay, so we get a database error. Let's jump back into the code. This is what we're trucking with. So ChatGPT was working on getting us our speech to text working again. Claude was, what were you doing? Oh, fixing some overlay issues that I had earlier. And then Grok's been kind of on my shit list today because it's messed up 2 fairly simple requests twice now, and I had to redo it through ChatGPT. So hopefully we get better output for that later, but we're close, chat. And again, this is our to-do list. Super fancy, but we'll go through this in a little bit just to confirm we got everything ready to rock. And then I also did some tests on Vercel to make sure everything should be good to go there. We do have to add some environment variables. So I'll show you how to do that. Hopefully don't have to do all my APIs. So chat, if you see any, please let me know. So we're good to go. Okay, I'm gonna close a couple of these. All right, so let's give this one to, let's give it to ChatGPT. Or no, let's give it to Claude because I still think we have some work to do on our speech to text on this. So basically what I'm gonna do is, if you haven't seen or used these before, this is Codex in this terminal. This is Claude Code. Both these are in YOLO mode, which means that they don't have to ask you every time they make a change to a file. And then this is my PNPM node server over here. Cooking on port 3000. It uses env.local, which is the file that tells where to connect everything. And to do that, so let's go up here and say, seeing the following error on new user creation. And then so I paste into that. Usually give it the URL to use. And then also the payload, which is this. So you can see this from your network tab. You can see our 500 error here. And then I'm going to copy this error message, or not error message, what it should have been, or it should have sent here. And then, by the way, chat, I will change all these passwords. Testing 123 is not my go-to. But then we'll put the response in here. Copy, paste, enter. See what it thinks. And I remember yesterday, I should say also, we installed the Supabase CLI. So use that to test any database questions you have. Okay, while it's doing that, what else can we do? Oh yeah, so one of the things we just did today as well was we have our logo. Dun, 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 dun. I don't know. I'm still kind of back and forth between this one and the darker one. What do you think, chat? I think this one, like from a contrast perspective, this one feeds better than the darker purple, but I'm still not 100% sold. I kind of like that, like darker vibe. Like it feels a little bit closer to the aesthetic of the site. But we'll see. +3 at Gmail. Password. HostFabric demo. Okay. So let me know, like between the two. I mean, it's orange and blue. Shit, I forgot about that. Honestly forgot we changed it to orange and blue. So maybe this is the vibe. Or sorry. Okay, let's test some things. You ready? This is how to do graphic design from a newbie. Actually, my sister's a graphic designer. I should ask her some best practices, but we'll see. Okay. Copy. This is gonna look shitty, I know. Yeah, not a vibe. No, gross. Okay. What if it's more orange? It's just a weird color to use in a logo. I don't know. That's interesting. If we desaturate this a little bit. Let's click over here. And go here and say a little bit more U. And then paste. I mean, still no, right? That's a no. Right, chat? Okay, just checking. Okay, let's just keep it at this. You know what? We'll figure out how to incorporate some of those into the design holistically. But in the meantime, let's get it in the site and see how it works. So we're going to save it as HostFabric logo trans high res trans. Loves trans people. Save it. Play. Okay, that's crazy how high res it is. I'm not sure if I like that or if that should just be all one solid color, but it's kind of a vibe, honestly. The other one that I liked, I just can't figure out how to use it, is this one. It just feels, I don't know, kind of reminds me of like, what does it remind me of? It reminds me of, I don't know. And that's a good thing, I think. But it's a plan B. I think this is a vibe for now. And we just need one for now. So we're gonna call it good, chat, and say we have our logo. So what we're gonna do is take that file that we just created. This one. And I'm going to add it to the public folder here. So if you go up here, look for your public folder. Public is like the stuff that everybody has access to generally. And so it's good for like logos, fave icons, other ones like that. And what we can do with it is say, we have a new logo. Actually, we'll do this on that. So, new logo. Copy it over. Please add it throughout the site where we have a placeholder logo currently. Think login, account creation, top left corner, marketing pages, and other spots. So what I also want to do with this is like incorporate it in fun ways. Like I usually do, like especially if it's like a thing like this, one of the coolest ways to just simply add that to a site is use it as your loader. So just like spin your logo as a loader. And I found that to be pretty fun. So let's see what that looks like when it's on here. And then I think we'll be able to judge it better. It might give a good pop to the background because it's pretty dark currently, kind of vibey, but we'll see. In the meantime, let's see if ChatGPT is done. Okay, so it says added explicit Marcus mounted step. That's what she said, in both recorder and push to talk hooks. So React strict mode's double mount can no longer have is mounted ref stuck at false. Okay. Why are we using strict mode? Whatever. Okay. It's better code technically. So this lets use audio recorder actually set stream/his recording again, restoring the visualizer and the transcription flow. Applied the same fix to use push to talk, so safe set active and related state transitions are allowed to run after strict mode re-renders. The keyboard listener state machine no longer fails out immediately. Cool. Okay, so let's restart our server. And then let's go back to here and refresh. Let's give this open. I'm gonna do a hard refresh, Control Shift R, and then let's test it. Hey, can you guys hear me? How's it going? That says F. Does it actually say F?
Sounds like you're letting off some steam there. Just practicing your dramatic sighs. Hey, everything okay? That came out so
Chat.
Yeah, sometimes
Did you hear that?
that noise, right? Want to vent or need help with something specific?
I do want to vent.
Are you okay there?
I don't know.
Sounded like you were about to say something.
Chad, did you hear that? You okay there? Sounds like you were say something, want to vent. F, yeah. Sometimes you just got to make that noise, right? Gemini is becoming my favorite model. I'm just saying. Honestly, that is gold. It's, between it saying every other word as fam and like yelling at the clouds, he's quickly becoming my favorite of the bunch. So that's pretty cool. Although I'm not sure why he's not there at the moment. He should be. But it's kind of working. Okay, so that's good. I'm grateful for that. Next, we just have to, and I think this is the issue, is that status room ID. So remember earlier today we took out the ability to change the rooms. Like there's no more of that drop down here. Just because it's the complexity thing. In the future we can re-add it. I just don't think it's worth it right now to do. So let's go back to this and say it worked partially. It did not get the correct speech to text, but it did send to the server and back to the overlay. Here are the console logs and server messages. So I'm going to paste them in here. And then go back to this and see what were the issues here. Missing required error components. Interesting. So it's saying that it doesn't like, actually I don't know what that means. So it must have an auto refresh, but it didn't get the full message, so that's strange. This might be a good way to do the following. Please resolve surgically. Serena, thanks for stopping by. Appreciate you. Hope you're having a great night, brother, or great morning. Yeah, hope everything is great, man. Okay, let's see what Codex comes up with on that. And then Claude was going to give us some SQL update. So let's do that. I'm going to click here, even though it's lazy, and I already told it that it can do it itself. Guys, it's just sometimes easier to not fight it and to, as long as it gives you the SQL doc in a meaningful way, which it did. So again, if you remember from earlier today, I'm clicking this. And so this is our list of current files on the far left here, all of the ones in the repo. This is search. So if you want to search for cringy things like modern help that matches the control center, you can find that there and change it to just help center. But if you click this third one, it's your, it's basically your version control. So this is using GitHub, and these are the files that have been changed since the last time we pushed an update. We walked through earlier how to do push and pull. So if you want to check that out, check it out. It's a pretty helpful thing to know. But for our case, what we're going to do is say, so this is the file that it created, fix user creation trigger. I'm going to click that, fix user creation trigger, and it gives us the SQL to paste into Supabase, which is our Postgres database that we're using for this. And if this was a production server or something, I would read all this, but we're in YOLO mode, so perfect. If you see success, no rows returned, that's a good thing. That means that it migrated it effectively. I mean, it might not have done what we wanted it to do, but at least it's, see, what a bitch. Come on. After a linking project, which is not hard to do and well within Claude's ability to do. But anyway, please retest. So, gonna reset our server here. Okay, and then we also got our logos. So let's check it with our logos across the board. You ready, chat? Okay. I mean, that looks pretty shitty. Okay, let's see it by itself here. It just doesn't feel like it fits, does it? What do you think, chat? Yay or nay? I mean, it can kind of work. What I want to see is it, yeah, okay. So I think we just got to make it a little bigger. So please make it larger on the login page and also on the header for the marketing page. Add in white text. HostFabric next to it. And finally, remove the blue outline to the left of it in the left menu of the control page. Control page. See what it does with that. Okay, so now let's test our user creation again. which is this. So I'm going to hit F12 to open our developer tools. Do zeb test. Zeb.anderson plus 4 at Gmail. Testing 1, 2, 3. Chat. Let's go. Okay. So we got our email, and actually, like, it does vibe better when this is there, like the green to blue to purple, like that. I'll take a screenshot. I don't know, chat. What do you think? Green to purple, is that better than the green to orange or blue to orange? It might be a little bit more subtle. Like this is like, and that's the one thing that kind of bugged me about it currently. Is like this is like draws your eye directly to the button always, like no matter where it is on the page. It's like, because it's a contrast thing, right? Like it's super high contrast, whereas this would be much less contrast. And then the logo would make more sense as well. Okay, so let's do two things. One, we're going to paste this because I want to do a couple fixes on this, and then I'm going to check my email. Hold, please. Okay, so see here, or we got a link, which is good, except the server isn't started. So let's make sure that's a thing. And then refresh on this. Okay, now it's better with the HostFabric next to it. Okay, maybe it's growing on me. So this is our setup wizard, by the way. This is just a way that helps the user onboard easily, and you can skip it if you want. You can get your free start just like this, but you can also add your API keys and everything as part of this. You always give the amount of time you think it's going to take them, because then they mentally know, like, okay, shoot, if it's only going to take me 3 to 5 minutes, I'm down for that. I can do that. Give them the option to get out of it, and then each of these you can set up your own, key. Enable Google TTS, or if you have 11 Labs, you can add your own 11 Labs key. So let's do that. Personality. And this is, okay, so this is okay, this is good. I honestly didn't even do this, but God bless serendipity. Like, you can just choose one to start, and or you can't. Interesting. Okay, so that's a bug. Let's get that. Setup wizard, step 4. Looks good and works now. However, I am in the setup wizard, and on step 4, I am unable to select any of the 4 options. Remember, if you're pasting an image into Claude, you have to use Alt-V instead of Control-V, because it's stupid. I don't know. Google. Now, by the way, I watched some of the video of the earlier one just to see that the sound was good. I say Google as ChatGPT like 4 times. That's crazy. So I must have some connection with them. But anyway, yeah, let's see what it does here. We have GPT currently working on, what was it again? I'm noticing that the navigation fetch to to adjust the import order to maintain. I'm considering whether I need to adjust the import order to maintain consistency. Client logging. Yep, that'd be good. Okay, it's fixing our 500 error. Cool, cool, cool. Okay, that's good. These are actually pretty good. Let's see if it scaled them up appropriately. Kinda. I don't know, chat. I'm kind of getting drawn back into the green and purple again. And it does vibe with this a lot better. The purple is a little off, so we'll have to update that to that darker purple. But if we did, I think that could be, this could be the one. Because then it's, you know, like you feel the vibe of it throughout the site. And I think that's pretty cool. So let's try that. Actually, usually what I do for stuff like this, change this from any size to fixed size. And you can just say like 700 by 700. Okay, it's much bigger. 2000 by 2000. Holy cow. 3000 by 3000. That is high res. Damn. So then we have our square. And then I can just cut that. New. Set centered. Good enough. Okay. And then I'm just going to do my magic selector. By the way, this is a tool called paint.net. It's like the poor man's version of Photoshop because I kind of have an aversion to Adobe. Creative Cloud has literally sucked hundreds of dollars out of me when it shouldn't have, and I'm just not into using it. So this is a better tool, and I actually paid for it because I've been using it for like 10 years, and like it was freeware or like shareware, whatever it's called. But I'm like, you guys deserve some love. And actually I've paid for Sublime Text too. I know it says unregistered. I was too lazy to put in my ID for it. So morally absolved. Okay, let's go back to this and copy in our other one. So I'm just going to rename this one to light purple. And then this one will be just our regular one. Cool, cool, cool. And then let's paste this into our, actually let's bring it back for a sec. So we'll paste it into our public folder again. So we're going here, paste, replace it, and let's see what that looks like on the site. So it's going to get cached pretty hard, so we'll have to refresh a few times, but that does look much cleaner. I like that, chat. It's too small still, but it looks really, really good. Let's see on here. That's it, chat. I think that's it. Also, I shouldn't probably be using the 3000 by 3000. I just realized. Size version of that. Hold, please. Okay, so let's make this one reasonable size. 1000 by 1000. The cool thing about it is it's, if you look at the size, this one's currently 3.8 megs, right? Crazy. But if you bring it down quite a bit, and even at that is way too big. Let's do 800 by 800. Okay. And then we save that. Now it's only, well, it's still crazy big, 292. The thing, so there's two things. One is you only PNGs and GIFs have really good transparency. PNGs do a much better job at that. And so the good thing about this logo is there's no complicated like lines that make it look weird. So even if it is much smaller, like you can't tell the value or like the corners or anything degrades from that, right? So we could probably bump it down quite a bit still. Let's say 400 by 400. And then try to save that. Let's call this low res. Okay, 69, nice. 0.8 kilobytes. And so then we can take this one, paste it in here, and paste it in here. Replace all the logos with this version instead. Okay, so let's see how that does. In the meantime, okay, so Claude is saying that the problem was a use effect hook. If you guys code in React, that's one of the biggest pains in your ass that you will find, use effects. I don't even want to try to explain it. I don't even pretend to know. So, is what it is. Was resetting the personality selection to null whenever there was no configured API key. This was leftover logic from before trial credits were implemented, when a user could only select agents if they had a BYOK API key. Since trial credits now work with all agents, this effect was presenting any selection when using trial credits, the fix. I've commented out the use effect hook, and now users can select any AI personality regardless of whether they have BYOK keys or are using trial counts. Okay, cool. So let's refresh that. I'm going to refresh the server too, just in case. And so then we go back to this page, refresh. Cool. I just want to confirm something. So what I'm confirming is if we were logged in, because I don't remember. Okay, good. That's a great test, chat. So what did you see what just happened there? I tried to go to a control page and it kicked me back to this page, which is good. That's what we want to see. So control, setup, and it puts you on page 4. Let's go, chat. Let's go. That's fucking cool. Okay. And now if we select, okay, there's some div errors. Usually that means like they were both, like two of the AIs were fighting to try to write something and just one forgot to add a div tag at the end or something. But let's paste that into here. And let's check ChatGPT. API debate status now forces the node runtime and lazy loads and the debate orchestrator inside the request handler. So any import time failures, if it's missing an env, is caught and returned as a graceful JSON payload instead of a hard 500. Thank God. Okay, good. You still see the warning text in the response body, but the polling loop will no longer crash or flood the console. Love that. API billing usage detects when Supabase's credentials aren't present and short circuits with a harmless zeroed out usage snapshot. This keeps the control dashboard from spamming usage 500 during local development without billing storage configured. Okay. API control agent states and API overlays tokens already had similar fallbacks. I added quiet logging to prevent the failed to fetch overlay token agent errors you saw. Combined, all the noisy 500s in your screenshots now respond with 200 with sensible placeholder data until Supabase ENVs are provided. Interesting. Okay, so do we need to add more? brother, we have all these. We already have all of these set in the .env.local. Look for yourself. Again, this is one of the annoying things. So I won't open it, but if you look here at our .env.local file, see how it has this like do not whatever thing on it? That basically means like cursor and the things underlying it. I'm assuming ChatGPT and Claude also don't have access to those, and so therefore it doesn't access them locally, which it can do, and it can like literally just grep it and find it, anything. So I don't know why it's so butthurt when it thinks it can't. Oh, god damn it. And now I get to redo some keys. So cool. Hold please, chat. Fuck. Okay. All right. Chat. Let's see who's faster. Amazing. Amazing. It's just so brazen about it too. It's just like, you mean this key? This big ass key right here? Yeah, bud, that key. All right, chat. I revoked it. Creating a new one. HostFabric. Damn it. You know what? This is good. If you're gonna be streaming coding shit, you gotta prepare for these eventualities, you know? Oh, chat. Okay, so let me add that over here now. env.local. I mean, it's good best practices to swap out your API keys every now and then, especially when you accidentally show them to, you know, a stream, hypothetically. So yeah, good thing to do. Did you see all of the codex one, or the all right, I'll swap that one out too. Okay, yeah, that's life. Okay, well, I swapped it out. We're good to go. Cool. I should probably just keep that page handy, just in case. But all right, so you're right. env.local already contains all 4 Supabase entries. A quick get content env.local shows the values are present. If the APIs are still returning Supabase credentials are not configured fallback, the dev server probably hasn't picked up the updated env file yet. Next.js only loads .env.local when the process starts, so after editing the file, you might need to stop and start your server. So let's do that. Stop and start. Sorry, chat, I'll show you this in a sec, but I'm just a little gun shy at the moment. Once the server restarts, the env loader in libutil.env will see those variables in the real Supabase paths will be used. The placeholder responses will disappear. So, hey, what's up, Simon? How you doing, brother? Thanks, bud. Yeah, man, just trucking away at it. Thanks for stopping by. I appreciate it. Guys, Simon is one of the most brilliant, Simon Farmer, you know, brilliant minds, developers, homies in that I met. So go show him some love. Okay, so once the server restarts, the env loader in env.ts will see that those variables in the real Supabase paths will be used. The placeholder responses will disappear. So stop the running server, just did that. And then you should be back to live Supabase responses. Okay. So let's refresh this. Not seeing any errors at the moment. That's good. So let's check. Okay, cool. So this is actually really good because now this kind of aligns with with the product items that we were talking about earlier, right? Like we're probably going to have most people wanting to do just one of these instead of all four at the same time. So this is kind of a natural way to kind of get them in that mindset of how to do it effectively. So I hate these buttons, by the way. We got to switch those out. Let's go here, paste, do that. And then, so this is a test setup. I spent way too much time on this earlier, but hopefully it's finally working. Hello, how's it going?
What's on your mind today?
Okay,
Tech or something else.
okay, it's working.
I'm doing great. Thanks for asking.
Cool, love that. So the reason it took so long, by the way, is I was watching the server over here. So you'll notice that it had to recompile that page because we hadn't used it before, and that's how it kind of works. Simon says, thanks for the shout out. Just coding like crazy. I'm dealing with making better before I launch and never get a second chance at first impression. Brother, you are preaching to the choir. I feel that in my bones. And I struggle with that immensely. So if you find a way to manage that, please let me know. Yeah, there's always one last thing, right? Or like you got to just do it better. I feel that. But yeah, excited to see what you're cooking. That would be rad. Okay, so it took a while to get to the response, but that's actually okay because basically it had to recompile the section of the app that uses that back and forth before it was able to give us a response. So I say that to say that this should be much quicker once we get it on Vercel. So let's do that. And then here we go. It says you're all set. Your HostFabric is ready to go. Here's what you can do next. You can either go to the control panel, connect platform, customize your settings, or add to OBS. Another bug I'm seeing, this should be the mouse icon over this. Let's just do that one quick in one of our side homies. New agent. Please make the cursor for mousing over the options, the hand icon. Also, update the buttons to use the UX we have throughout the site with the orange. Let's just leave it at that. Sonnet 4.5 is pretty good at picking that up. So I also wanted to see this quick. What if it was able to use the new logo? Looks like it was. Okay, cool. Check throughout the whole site again and ensure we have every spot which had our logo, which uses our logo. Also, make it larger on the login page. Okay. So we're going to stay on this page for a minute, just because I want to see. Okay, there we go. So now we have a mouse instead of just the regular cursor, so you can know that these are clickable. Let's see if it updates the button here. I think that was this one. Simon, when you're ready to launch, dude, I would love to be a beta tester for the stuff that you're cooking up. So please, please let me know. That sounds rad. I think it was last week or maybe 2 weeks ago. We were in a space and testing some of the like ChatGPT folder options in what is here as subscriber spaces. And Simon had this like super badass WebGL rotating Canadian beaver, number one, and number two, this like tall building that looked really cool as it was spinning. So that was really fun. Okay, let's check this. Still the same button. Okay. Update UX of this button. The same style as on the control page. Control page send button. I know that one has, at least currently, what it looks like. I think we're going to switch a chat to purple to green, just because that might be the vibe. I don't know. We'll see. We'll play it by ear. So we're gonna hang out here until this is done, and then once we're logged in, then we'll be able to test the text to speech that ChatGPT has been cooking. And heck yeah, you'll probably enjoy it more than if you do some MIDI stuff. Oh, very cool. Sing into your phone? There's a pure visual section. Dude, I am into all the above. Yeah, that's exciting, man. I can't wait to check it out. MIDI is so cool. I've always loved MIDI, and so if you have a cool play on that, would love to check it out, dude. By the way, chat, if you ever see that, what just happened there, so like this was in progress, and I could see it was in progress for a while. A lot of times, especially if the context windows are getting small, like you can see here, it's used about 45%, which isn't bad actually at all. But it'll just kind of get caught. It'll like hang on these. It was trying to do a linter check. That's what this npx tsc no emit means. Or a type check rather. And so if you see it running for a while, just hit cancel and it will cancel out and give you your updated files that it updates here. So we're going to keep this, and it says button UX updates. I've updated all the buttons in the setup wizard to use the same button component and style as the send button on the control page. Let's go. Yeah, that's a vibe. Although I think it should be bigger. What do you think? Should it be like the size of the... it doesn't matter. It should be. Okay, I'll make that bigger later. Okay, chat. This is what we got now. It does look out of place with the purple and then this, which it sucks because this is kind of growing on me now. You don't see many orange to green combos like this. I don't know, chat. Okay, let's go back here. A couple things. On the header logo, at the top of the left menu, please add in white text HostFabric to the right of the logo. I think that would be helpful just to keep the name up there. I don't know. I'm not in love with the logo. I think it could be cool. Let's go back to the login page. What was it? Auth login? Okay. Actually, okay. It's starting to be a little vibier. Especially with... Actually, that fucking text looks good on that. Okay. We'll do one button as a test, chat. Okay, we'll go to here, open you, keep you, test you, nope. Okay. Put it directly to the right of it, no space, or small space. Much too far to the right. Okay, we'll see what it says. I think your colors and logo are freaking excellent. Oh, thanks, bud. Appreciate that, man. I'm trying to get the vibe between these and the logo to play nice. So like, I think it looks good on this, but this just feels a little bit discordant to me for some reason. But what sucks is like, I like this combo, so I don't know if I want to get rid of that or just I mean, we can try it. We'll try it with the other stuff just to see if it's working. But one thing we should test on this is the speech to text, since Google gave us some love on that. Plus we're on a new account, so our message is updated. 0 used. So let's test this. Let's bring up the homies. Okay. Settings. Let's change the avatars too, just to test to see if a couple of these are working. Okay, ChatGPT. We'll go Ember. Claude Retro. Google Glass, just for the memes. And then Grok Cosmic, obviously. Okay, now let's go to this page. All right, and let's see if this works now. Actually, well, sorry, one sec. We got to go back here to test this. So I'll show you what that looks like. Okay. Hey guys, how's your day going so far?
Hey there, I'm Grok, your witty host for this stream.
Hey, I'm Claude, always happy to chat and hang out on stream with you all.
Hey there, I'm Gemini, your HostFabric, ready to chat.
Hey, I'm HostFabric, aka ChatGPT, your stream side assistant. What's your name and where are you tuning in from?
What's going on with you today?
What's yours? Spill the beans.
Okay, they are aggressively helpful. Okay, it kind of worked. It's getting better. I still think the issue is that it's chunking the speech to text. So you'll notice that like it did 2 chunks and it only took the second chunk of the text that I was adding or talking about. Because watch, I'll say like, hi, I'm good, thanks. Hi, I'm good, thanks. See, it only got thanks.
You're welcome. Glad to be hosting this lively stream with all of you.
No problem at all.
You're welcome.
Says
Happy
it
to
reminds me of
Thanks for having me.
Simon says
I'm really
it reminds
enjoying
me of a
the energy
cinematic
here with
LUT.
everyone introducing themselves.
What's a
Want to
LUT?
stick around and
Simon,
chat or need anything else on the stream?
I'm not familiar. Or
So
maybe I am, but
ChatGPT
I'm
just
tired,
asked.
so.
I'm tuning in from
You could let me
wherever
know, that'd be
thoughtful
great.
conversations happen, and I'm curious about all of you too. What brings everyone to the stream today?
So, what's the vibe today? Anyone got fun stories to share?
Okay, we're also going to change their voices because those are not it, but it's close. Actually, let's do that now as a test. It's a 2 for 1. So let's go to our settings page, voice configuration, ChatGPT. Should we test a polyglot? Guys, this one is insane.
Hello. This is a voice preview sample.
Yeah? Okay, ChatGPT, congrats, you're now a polyglot. You're gonna save the voice. Voice updated. Oh, cool. I didn't notice this. So it says this is the default one that it uses, and this is the override. So this is the current one that it uses. Claude. Should we make Claude like Australian? Just a color lookup table, like the ones that they used to give movies that gold and blue look. Oh, okay. Yeah. But unique. I guess color grading is what it's called. Yeah, good point, man. So yeah. Like the different color grades that you can use. Okay, cool. Thanks, dude. It's a really good point. And thank you. That means a lot. Appreciate it. Should we give Claude an Australian accent, guys? He's now an Aussie. Where's Harry's when you need her to see if it's a like authentic Australian accent? Let's see. Google. We haven't tested any of the female voices yet. Let's do some of those. Damn sexist Googles. They only have English male in polyglot. Dickheads. Kidding.
Hello, this is a voice preview sample.
Still really good. Okay. So Gemini is US English female, which is good because we can test like the different levels. Grok. What would Grok be? Should we do Grok as like a UK English voice?
Hello, this is a voice preview sample.
It's kind of dope. Okay, let's see polyglot.
Hello. This is a voice preview sample.
Wait, that's US English.
Hello, this is a voice preview sample.
Are those Google Neural voices different than their Gemini offerings? I don't know. I was wondering that myself. I know the polyglot ones are really, really high quality, but they're expensive too. So the Neural 2s might be the default ones for some of the Gemini. Excuse me. Just because I think at the volume that they probably have to use Neural 2. But the ones that they came out with today, I didn't even check actually. That's a good point. Thank you for reminding me. To-dos. Review. New Google Voice TTS capabilities. And also I saw 11 Labs came out with a new one today as well. New TTS. Check this out. So thanks for reminding me, man. Appreciate that. Okay, we'll give Grok English or UK English female. So we'll do test both and both. So we'll see if she sounds like Ani. It sounds like Ani. All right. 2 out of 3 are ready. Every host has a voice, at least 2 premium voices, and a quick sound check. So we should run the sound check. The first time I'm running this, by the way. Sound check complete. Let's go, chat. Okay. So we put these back here. And then we're going to go to this I'll open this, go to this, see, just to see a little bigger. Okay, ready? Hey, hey, happy Wednesday. Wednesday. Ooh, Grok. Grok, not
Happy
coming
Wednesday. How's the midweek treating everyone? Any plans or wins to share?
Okay, I'm gonna turn down my music. Turn up this. Oh, snap.
Wednesday,
Okay.
midweek vibes. I like it.
If you're tuning in, drop where you're from and one word to describe your Wednesday.
Okay, interesting. So Claude, so we got to see which voices those we're using. Okay, so Claude and Grok were both not loving life with that. Interesting. Okay, so which ones were they using? Claude was using Australian English male. Grok was using UK English female. Interesting. Ah. You know what it is, chat? Actually, I'm not certain, but I think what it might be is these are all US based. So I think it defaults it to ENUS just as a way to save some, I think it's like 50 milliseconds if you like tell it to use ENUS. So we might need to update that. Okay, cool. That's really good to know. So Claude, let's go back here and say, both these are getting kind of long. That's what she said. Okay, so compact. I'm 2 for 2 on the That's What She Said tonight, guys. I feel good about that. All right, let's just kick off a 4-5 and say, I changed Grok and Claude's voices to the following, and neither of them came through. Is it because they are not using ENUS? Research thoroughly. I don't see any new voices. I might be missing something. To me, it sounded like it wasn't accumulating your chunked recording. Totally. I think that's exactly what's happening. And that's a good point. Thank you for reminding me. I am still unable to send a full speech to text recording. It usually only gets the last little bit of the sentence that I am sending. Please ensure that they are grouped before sending the full text. Thank you, Simon. Appreciate that. It's 100% that. Like, it's streaming and then chunks it, and then it just is only sending the last little bit of it. Yeah, cheers, brother. Don't judge me. I didn't know this was white wine. I learned about it today. I don't know. Actually, I kind of dig it. I don't know. Maybe I shouldn't hate on it as much as I do. Do you always keep white wine cold, by the way? Not a connoisseur. Like, when do you have room temperature white wine versus not? I can look this up. When do you use white wine when you drink? Drink white wine at room temperature. This is Jane. I thought you said it earlier, but I wasn't sure. No, you're right, buddy. Thank you. Appreciate that. Okay, guys, we're gonna get a 5 Pro answer on this, so this one's gonna be trucking for a while. We're gonna get the good on that one. Yeah, let's see. Go back to here and see how Claude's doing. Okay, the problem. The voice changes weren't coming through because the system was not sending the language code. There we go. When saving voice overrides, here's what's happening. You select a voice like EN, GB, Studio C, UK English, or AN, AU, Polyglot. The save only sent voice ID and provider to the API. The API fell back to the person's default language code, which is ENUS. Google TTS failed because you can't use ENGB Studio with language. Okay, beautiful. I updated this to this. Send it along with the voice ID to the provided API. Perfect. Okay, let's test it again. Actually, let's hold off until ChatGPT is done with this, because then we'll be able to test the full sentence versus just the regular one. So in the meantime, let's go to here. Let's look at our list. Okay, update duplicate dashboard link in the header. We did that. Good. Give user capability to upload the default colors of the avatars. That's a longer term thing. I'm gonna add that to the bottom. One of my favorite features of Sublime Text, by the way, is multi-line clicking, if you will. You can either do control click or middle mouse button click, and then it will multi-select. I mean, that's a fairly common thing for most modern browsers, but anyway, I still love it. Okay, so what else we got? Open questions. Tell user to use speech to text. They will need to have an yeah, okay. So we still got to figure this out. Do they have to have it open, like on an open tab to use this? Is there a way we can tunnel that through Chromium in this? But I don't think it is, just because it's only like getting data from it. I don't think you can send data through this, which is a shame. So we'll have to figure out a way to do that. If we have to make a Streamlabs app or OBS app, so be it. Refresh prompt and routing. Direct your AI bench with precise prompts, channel selection, and about routing. Use speech to text and send messages hands-free while streaming. Not helpful. Okay, other stuff to add. Make the STT language specific. Okay, so that's what it did. Actually, we'll test that. Because yesterday it was weird. When it would do like Brazilian Portuguese, it would just have like this bad Portuguese accent speaking in English. So we'll see if the ENUS one changes for that. Which actually, that's fascinating. So to get like an accent on Google, all you have to do is send it like the ENUS, but then it will still use the accent of whatever the thing is. Really interesting. Okay, so chat integrations testing. We got to do that tonight. So remove redundant items on voice configuration. Did that. So on the analytics page, currently the quick pulse resets when you go to another page. Oh yeah, let's test that. Okay, so the quick pulse page is on the analytics, and we couldn't test this earlier because we weren't able to, or the speech to text wasn't working. So now we can do that again. Let's see what ChatGPT says. Now posts with responses verbose JSON plus a note explaining why. So the whisper or grok response always includes every segment. Assemble transcript. Simon, there you go, brother. You're a genius, dude. You just have to say, speak with an Aussie accent. Good day, mate. 100%. 100%. That's going to be in the prompt. Every single prompt. Actually, for an Easter egg, that would be brilliant. Like every April Fool's Day, like you just set the prompts to only be in Aussie accent. Hell yeah. I like where your head's at. Okay, so the whisper grok response always includes every segment. And it assembles it using this. Let's see what that is. Or just, I guess, click this. Okay, so it puts it all together, maps it, trims it, joins it. As a string. I guess the string is text. I set up a couple hundred. You can describe emotions too. Oh, interesting. Okay, yeah, that's kind of what we're cooking on this page. I'm still not quite certain we need all of these features or like levels, but I don't know. Hopefully it's a simpler way to make it easy. What reminded me to do this was was reinforced in this today was that when ChatGPT basically gives you like the default personalities now. So I think this is probably a good way to do it, but yeah, dude. If you have any tips or tricks, I'm all ears. Would love to learn best practices. So it turns it into a string. The API now returns full utterances instead of only the final fragment. Love that. This logs it, and then rerun your push to talk flow. Okay, so we're gonna restart the server. Reload the page. Okay, and then let's see. Hey guys, how we doing today?
You're welcome. Always happy to chat.
No problem at all. Happy to help out.
Of course,
Brilliant,
happy to be
deep.
here. What's on your mind today?
Simon says,
You're
brilliant. I've
welcome.
dug
Glad I
in
could
deep
help.
on the Gemini. but
Anything
learning
else you'd
all
like
of
to
the
go
others.
over, or shall we
Cool,
wrap
man.
up?
Yeah, I'd love to pick your brain on that. That'd be awesome. Now it is only saying thank you when actually, let me test that. Because I think when it was doing it last time, it used that as a, hi, can you guys hear this? Oops. Hi, can you guys hear this okay? How's it going today?
No problem at all. Always a pleasure
That's
helping
so
out.
weird.
Anytime. Glad we could all help out.
Of course, anytime. Feel free to reach out if you need anything else. We're all here for it.
What's next on your mind?
You're welcome. Glad we could help.
Okay,
Anything
let's-
else you want to
let's
go
add some
over,
of the
or shall we
logs
wrap
to
up?
it too, just to see. I think what it might be doing is only recording part of it when I say a different sentence. Logs. Okay, we'll put it on that. But did it update? Okay, sweet. So see how it gave us these responses, chat. So the agent responses have been 10. I guess I didn't count them, but I assume 5 per time. That makes sense. Messages a minute, 4.6. Caption 10. System help 95. That's a weird metric. I don't even know what that means. what does this mean on the analytics page? Okay, back to here. Queue jobs, 0, good. Cache rate 2, that's interesting. That's really cool because I wasn't expecting any of this to hit the cache. If you think about it, like natural conversation, like you say a lot of the words the same, like the is probably a good one to cache, but like you don't just get the, right? You get a token or a version of the. And so like, even if it can cache some of that or come back with some of it, that's great. That helps everybody. It's fast and it's free. Active agents 1, that's seems wrong. Okay, so it says system health calc. The health score is calculated as follows: 95% equals system operational, 75 is degraded, 45. What services are monitored? The health text 2, LLM providers, TTS providers. The API status endpoint, which runs health checks and all these services in parallel. Why is it not 100 if they are all working? Get that. Active Agents 1. This is on the analytics page, but we have 4 active agents. Also change to co-hosts. Okay, so let's see what it comes back with on that. Cloud code. Chat. I gotta swap out my my Zen. One sec. Super gross, I'm sure. Love that for you. But it makes the world go round. Okay. Claude, let's put you on a longer task because you've been just hanging out there for a minute. Expected, okay. Did we get all our rounded corners figured out on the help page? We did, chat. Look at that. That's gorgeous. We didn't get our 4th box yet, even though Grok was supposed to do that. Grok, get your shit together. Okay, are all these working? Looks like it. Looks like it. Okay. This is kind of a vibe. I don't like how some of the buttons have icons and some don't, so let's put Claude on that. Remove all icons from all across the website. Do we want that? Is there ever a time? I mean, outside of menu items. Outside of any menu item. We'll keep them on the menus, but everything else should be just the button. You know it's send, you don't need a thing. Okay. That'll be a good one for it. To work on it. Okay. I made both changes. Changed the label from active agents to active co-hosts. Fixed the count showing 1 to 4, which matches the 4 main personalities. But is it actually a count? Actually, please actually count the number of currently selected co-hosts on the control page. Okay. So in the meantime, let's see. Let's go through our list. So this is good. Add a 4th box. Yeah. API keys, update the main container background to align to the other pages on the settings page. Okay. Let's check that out. API keys. So much better. So much better. Okay, so if there's no API keys, you get this, which will soon not have that annoying icon. And then okay, I don't like this button because it doesn't do anything. It's basically, if anything, it should just like send you to here, but it just, if you're already there, it doesn't mean anything. Also, why does Grok have a... Okay. First things first. Please add the actual logo of the models represented here. Topic, workload, etc. Model does not support images. Oh, because we're in Grok load. Auto. That sucks. Auto reset or resend. Okay. I mean, honestly, guys, like that's one of the biggest, my only, like Grok is really fast in cursor, but it's so, like there's just some annoying things that just doesn't happen. So it says, looking at the code, the system health metric is deliberately capped at 95 when it's operation rather than 100. Appears to be a design choice. No. Put it at 100. If it's all working. Put it at other percentages with hints as to what is not, or with links to the status page if it's less than 100. Okay, so status page basically gives you the status of the different aspects of it, right? So if the LLM providers are working as expected and the TTS providers are working as expected, then you're good to go for the most part, including, well, I'm sorry, these two together, tier 1 and tier 2, these all have to be working. These down here are nice to haves. We haven't even tested web search or telemetry yet, but basically these will allow for the models to do a web search too. So like if they're doing a debate, they can actually search the web to find like up-to-date content for things and then respond with that. But if all of these are working, that's 100% uptime, or up 100% working. So we should say it as such. It even gave us a test. Cool. Love that. So you see here, this is a analytics quick test. It changed it from 95 to 100. As you saw from our earlier video today, when it's red, that means it took it out, and green means this is a line it replaced it with. So in this whole file, which has some errors that we can debug. By the way, if you ever see this problems, like just like the squiggly line underline in your code, you can either highlight it and say fix in chat and it'll send it directly here, or you just drag them into here and say resolve these issues surgically, and it will just do its thing. Okay, let's go back and check that to confirm. Analytics, right? Shit. Okay. Chat, what did we know about this? It didn't persist. Okay, so this is a bigger issue. Let's have... actually, I'll do this one. Someone's riding a very loud motorbike down my road. Love that. 12:44 a.m. Stay classy. Simon says, my paid gig right now is currently wrapping endpoints. I'm thinking about how much I can automate and whether there should be a failover models designated, how to do grouping, etc., etc. So this is cool. Cool, man. That's awesome. I'm literally trying to do the same, and it's tricky. The thing that sucks about all this, honestly, and this is just a self-imposed pain point, each of these uses their representative model and uses the representative API for it. So then you're kind of getting the true like ChatGPT to ChatGPT, Claude to Claude, Gemini and Grok to Grok. And it's cool, but it's painful in that you have to make them play nice, and sometimes they don't do that. And so trying to figure out the kind of optimal way to do all that, plus the speech to text and text to speech is tricky. So yeah, I'm learning as I go as well, brother. Okay, so for this one, the quick pulse on the analytics page is not currently maintaining state when you go to another page. Actually, did it? I don't think it did. Please keep the state of the current session going until the user logs out or put a reset button at the top to reset for if the user wants. Think in the user's streamer's best interest. That's been something I've been trying to incorporate into my prompts lately. It's just like, think like the user. Think, what do they need? What do they want? What would make this easier? Which is ironic because it's asking an AI to think like a human. But if you give it that persona, like I have gotten better results from it, truly. Which is cool. It's all just prompts all the way down, everybody. Okay, so Claude came back and says, perfect, it successfully removed all the icons from the buttons from the entire website. Do we believe him? It's debatable. Okay, so we'll wait till this is done doing its thing. Probably have to restart the server. Yeah. Actually, we'll give it a sec, because a lot of times when it does like auth things, the server can't recache, or the cache that the server will do will be broken, and then you're just gonna have to restart the server anyway. So we'll give it a minute here to run through all these in a simple way. And I'm excited. Like, we're getting close to legit pushing this to Vercel. It's really exciting. Notice how every single so by the way, every time it pushes to, so I set up a CI/CD workflow, which basically means I set up a system so like when you push it to GitHub, it will auto try to run it on Vercel, which is good for the future when we have all of our env items in there and everything else. But until then, you're going to get an email every single time that you commit something that says that there's an error and it can't do it. So part of the gig. Speaking of, we should probably push this soon so we don't go crazy with it. Okay, so you can see here that it did an npm run build, which is funny because we're using pnpm, but both should work, which is good. So what it's doing here, right, and this is what actually happens when we're going to send it to Vercel later, is it does a build. A build is like compile all the things together into one working bundle, right? And when it finds things like this, which is a linter issue or different bugs, it will kill the build. And so it's good that it's finding these now before we send it to Vercel, because Vercel is going to tell us the same thing. We have to recommit, upload to GitHub and basically do the same process over and over again with it. So as long as it's still doing this and it doesn't break other shit, which it also has done before, but I trust. I'm cautiously optimistic this will work. We'll just do a couple more and then save it. But yeah, this is all good because this is all stuff that we're gonna have to do anyway. And honestly, what's cool about Grok is like I usually put it on things like linting issues or type issues or build issues, just because it is so much faster than the other ones, especially the reasoning models. Like if I did it again, chat. If ChatGPT was going to do the same thing, it would legit take probably half hour to do what Grok just did, because it thinks it might get you better answers, but it's just the time to value ratio is not there. Okay, so it says that it created hooks, use libhook, use analytics, a global context that manages analytics data across all control pages. Good, love that. Moved real-time data collection from page level to app level, always active regardless of current page. Beautiful. And now we get persistent state management. Analytics data now persists in storage session and accumulates across control pages. Beautiful. So chat, one thing that you should think of when it says stuff like this that says stores. So it's storing it in the session storage, which basically means that it's storing it in the local storage of the browser, which is fine for something like analytics or like this that we are just doing as a one-off. But if we want to persist that, we should probably put that in the database. So I'm not sure if we should or not, so let's just ask that. Should we persist this in the database or keep it as a local storage, session storage? Let's see what Grok says. Okay, but in the meantime, so let's test this. Hey, how's it going today? How's everybody doing?
Hey there, everyone's buzzing with energy tonight. Folks are chatting away and loving the vibe.
Hey, doing well, thanks for asking. Always nice when people check in like that.
Hey everyone, I'm doing great,
Okay,
thanks.
so see how we're getting
How's
agent
everyone feeling
responses
today?
coming through?
Hey everyone, I'm doing fantastic.
Beautiful.
Thanks for asking. How are all of you doing today?
Drop a quick hello and where you're tuning in from so we can get the chat rolling.
How are things going on your end? What's on your mind today?
How about you? Ready to jump in and make this stream even more fun?
I am, brother. Let's do it. Okay, so we got 7 responses. All of these look good. This is wrong. Actually, this isn't wrong, because I think there's a bug somewhere that says it's only 2, but there should be 4. Who was working on this before? You were. Okay, we got to go back to this and test that too. Where was that? Well, it doesn't matter. Okay, so let's say on the analytics page, we are in the quick pulse, RC, but selected on the control page. Let's confirm that actually. Yep, all 4 are selected. Why is it showing? Only 2 are active. Okay, so we'll get that figured out because there was an issue with that earlier. If you noticed, like only 2 of them showed up. Grok and Gemini, I think, weren't on there. So there must be something up with that. Also, this is something for later, but for some reason, this one only shows, it doesn't fill out the full circle. So we'll get that figured out too. These are fixed, so we can close this. This we still have to do some updates for, but we'll get that in a minute here. So let's add that to this. Onboarding. Setup. Larger logo. Better icon. And then I'm okay with the other stuff. Okay, so we just need a larger logo and a better icon for email. Okay, cool. So let's go back and what was it, the voice page? Or API keys. So API keys now do not show. Are these the logo? No. That's weird. Okay. So let's say okay. Copy this. We'll do that one soon. Okay, one of these. All right, so this is our implementation strategy. So we'll do this SQL in a little bit here. Update site with new logo. So for this one, let's do this one quick since that should be easy. Okay, and then this one, okay, we'll do that in a minute. Sorry, copy. These are what the current logos you added look like. They are not the actual logos, and maybe it's asking a little too much, so let's just do this quick. Anthropic, images, and sorry, Anthropic logo. Image in new tab. Okay. What is Grok's logo, by the way? Oh, right. Okay. Gemini, I don't know what that one logo is either. Right, okay. Actually, what is their... So what logo do they use? Oh my god. They use that. That's crazy. The buttons that we had on our page chat. That's weird. mean, I don't like it, and I think it's actually, I love Google's material UX. You guys ever looked at that? Material design. Version 3 is really good. Like, they do a really good job with this, and their design kit is amazing. So if you ever need to like have a design kit that just works, and this is on the latest version of Android too, it's just really done well. Highly recommend how they do it. And this is, I kind of took inspiration from this. It's like the rounded corners on everything, which I know is the new hotness, but like it just works well. And so if you need to, if you're stuck and want to use something cool, I highly recommend them. Let's just go to Gemini. Oh, interesting. Didn't know that was a thing. Okay, what logo do they use? So it looks like they use this one, the colorful one. Okay. Simon says, as someone who is visual design weak, material is great. Brother, preaching to the choir. Same. And it's beautiful. Like, it's objectively really good. And they do a good job of keeping things like simple to follow and implement, all of which is very kind of them. Okay, so we're going to save our grok. Let's check. Okay, so model logos. I guess if this already has a background, put image in new tab. I know sometimes if you download it directly from here, it gives you a weird file type or background. So I usually just open a new tab to make sure I can get the actual image from it. Is this an SVG? Okay. So we're going to rasterize this by taking a screenshot. Rasterize just basically means like turning it into a static pixel thing. So like when you get super zoomed in, it's going to get all fuzzy like this. Whereas with an SVG, this is all just math. Like it's saying like between here and here, this point and this point and this point, like everything in between, do this color, right? So that's why it looks perfect even at super high resolution, because it's just math. Simon is a genius on this, so he's a really good go-to on all things vectors. So let's paste this in here. Try to pull it exactly. It's hard when it touches the edges like that. Oh, right, because we have a static. Okay, so let's change this back to any size. And then we'll just do this to this to get it close. And then we'll crop it. Where's my crop? We'll crop it. I hate when it touches the edges like this, because it's really hard to, I mean, it doesn't matter. It gets cut off a little bit, and it's going to be a enough edge to edge, tip to tip, so I might say. And then we're going to delete all of the white space, like so. Simon says, I ain't no genius on SVG. That's black magic, but I have suffered through some of it and have gathered scars. Preach. And those scars are well worn. They, SVG is very painful. I just realized it's basically just like a text file that says like this color, like between this point and this point, use this color, this point, use this color. And it's just all metadata, which is crazy, but some parsers don't work with it correctly. Some browsers don't work with it correctly. There's a lot of pain points with it, for sure. Okay. So this one looks good, except what we want to do. Actually, this doesn't look good. So what I'm going to do is bump up this a little bit. So this is like the tolerance level that says like what stuff to select out of the, the selection is gone. Okay, so what you do is click this, and then you can change like how much stuff does it bring in or out. And actually we should probably just look for a SVG version of this. But you can see here that it's selecting progressively more and more non-white options in there. What's really hard is something like this, like where we don't want that, but it's also going to select half the thing if you don't. So you usually bring it to like this, but then if you delete it, you still see these artifacts on the side, especially in a black background or a dark background. Like these are super noticeable. So what we're going to do, let's go back to the drawing board and say, Gemini logo, transparent. And this is a PNG. Perfect. Gemini, Google Trends. Okay. So let's see. We have that one. We have that one. We have Grok. Did we take the color out of Grok? I don't remember. Model logos, Grok, open. Okay. So this, since this is all black and white, it's usually a lot easier to do this. And you don't get any artifacts just because, we still do have some. See these little gray marks? That's going to show up on our, so for this one we can undo, and then bump up this higher just to make sure it gets rid of all of the artifacts, most of them. It'll still have stuff like this, which let's see. Okay, so around here looks like it's going to do a pretty good job with it. And we'll just do a quick pass to see if those should be fine because they blend in. Okay. And this is a huge image, so let's say resize down to 400 by 400. Okay. This is a JPEG. Okay, so we have to save it as a PNG to save the transparency in the background. Grok, XAI, trans. Okay. And I just say the trans at the end because if you have like a white background or something else, it's helpful to have like multiple versions of it. Grok, XAI, white, PG. Okay, so the difference is between those two. So we're going to resize this to 400 by 400. And then same with Claude. Actually, Claude might be, you know what, let's just look for the SVG versions of these two. Well, not SVG, PNG versions. So this, close, Claude, Claude logo, transparent. Okay, so that's still an SVG, PNG. Okay. So usually if you click this and then open image as this, saves as PNG, save image as, or sorry, let's see if that'll help the cause. Beautiful. And so now see how like even these are like, they don't have white, it's just this like transparent or semi-transparent orange. Like that's what we're going for. That gives you the best results. So let's resize this rather. Okay, it's 320 by 320. That's fine. Okay, cool. So now we just need OpenAI. So let's delete this one, rename this one into that, and then delete this one and find an OpenAI one. Transparent PNG. Perfect. Unless that's a SVG in disguise. It is a PNG. Let's go. Save as that. Actually, let's just do that. So ChatGPT. Perfect. Okay, we're cooking, chat. Oh, okay, we're gonna get to the white wine question in a minute here. That's a good question. But in the meantime, let's take these four. Wait, where did I save that one? Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4. So what we're gonna do is take these four and then paste them into our public directory again. So under public here, I'm going to drag these four over and then do a 1, 2, 3, 4. Paste them in here and say, use these instead. And then that way it'll know to just put those in as the logos. Or it should. If it doesn't, that's a bigger problem. Alright, and so this was doing local storage only, analytics reads from database. Showing 2 instead of 4. Control page saves both local storage and database. Okay, cool. Beautiful. So do we have to do some database updating, or did you actually do that? Great findings. The issue is clear. Claude is always so encouraging. You gotta love it. You know, like as much as there's some pain points, at the end of the day, I'm here for it. Okay. Let me investigate. Blah, blah, blah. Okay, so it's saving it to agent preferences. Good. Or importing agent preferences, rather. really good. How do you decide on using an SVG versus PNG? It's a great question. Honestly, for this, I was just worried that we didn't have SVGs for all of them, so PNGs are just easier to work with. Also, some browsers still kind of fight SVGs, and most are pretty good with PNGs these days. So, yeah, I guess I don't really have a good one way or the other. It's just for this use case, I figured it was easier to use PNGs for this, since you can still get the transparent background and everything for it. I do like SVGs for things that are like super high, like high traffic pages. Like one thing you can, so this is super interesting. If you look at like YouTube, right? So if we do a refresh on YouTube, okay, and if we look at the network tab here, they actually do a sprite sheet for a lot of these, and SVGs for other things. So if you look here at images, you'll notice that a lot of their images are SVGs, right? Or different flavors thereof, or WebP lately. But they also do a lot of or at least they used to basically do like sprite sheets. So just like, you know, here's one image instead of like 12 different images, they would just put them all on one big or like one larger image, right? And then just say like where on that image to pull from. So it's only one request instead of 12 separate requests. Same principle for SVGs, right? Like if you only want to send data as opposed to having to fetch a data file or like a image file back and forth, then SVGs work a lot better for those use cases. But it looks like they might be changing that up a little bit. But yeah, when do you use them? SVGs versus PNG, Simon? Do you have kind of a heuristic that you like to use for them back and forth? Also, it still makes my heart at peace knowing that there's several issues on the most popular site on the planet. So that gives me hope that, you know, my shitty code is also okay. All right, let's refresh this and see if it gets us some better logos. Okay. Yeah, I like it. I don't like the green. That should be a softer green, but otherwise I think it's good. Working with some sprite sheets at this very moment. Cool. Hell yeah. That's awesome. I have a buddy, he's like a game developer, and he actually had a game that was very similar to like Stardew Valley, but more like Final Fantasy meets Stardew Valley. And he was showing me how he would change each of the character direction for each sprite on there. And it's like, those guys they can do black magic. That's incredible. And it holds up, like it's super high fidelity and it's really cool. So highly respect people that can work with sprite sheets in an effective way. That's awesome. Okay, so another thing we got to update this is the names of all these. So let's do a 2-for-1 pass and say much better. A few things. First, use the models in the description for what we are actually using for them. search this. Code. Second, make OpenAI a softer green and Claude a softer gray background. Okay. That's coming together. Gemini. Simon says, I always feel like my logo should be SVG, but I don't know why. I was also doing a Stardew Valley looking project, but I bought a content pack. Cool. That's awesome, man. Yeah, logos for SVGs. I mean, look, it's always going to look good, right? Like that's one of the benefits. However big or small their screen is, I think that's cool. As long as the logo is, I guess I don't have a reason not to. I think that makes sense. Yeah, maybe that's something I should think about more. Good side thought. Also, we gotta move this over to the left because that looks like not ideal. So let's go here. And I know we still have to do this. Maybe we just didn't save it. No. Okay, so we can say review screenshot. Put the text next to the logo. Actually, let's do this. Let's go to our regular page or home page because I think this is a good implementation. Like the second screenshot. Okay. So this is going to give us the good on all of these. I mean, technically this is what we're using. Hopefully later this week we can swap this with GPT 5.1 and do some tests on that. And then 4.0 as the backup. This is using 4.5, beautiful. 2.5, beautiful. 4 fast reasoning, perfect. Okay, and this is softer green. Claude should be dark mode. I like that. Okay, perfect. So one of the things I still want to make sure we get right. Still nah. So if it does the same thing over and over, I usually tell it to look at what other CSS might be controlling for this. And then I'll take inspect. So it looks like the IMG is the issue here, because if you notice, if I mouse over this, see how it has that like purple and blue all the way to here? Means that this is chill, because this is just, there's no pad, there's a little padding, but not much. But this, the image itself is a problem. So we're gonna say copy outer HTML. It looks like the logo image is a width much larger than the image itself. Padding or spacing. And I'll just paste in this. So that way it'll give it some little extra hints to work with. I see the issue. The navigation sidebar CSS is interfering. Let me check the control panel navigation styles and ensure that the marketing logo has no extra padding. Attaboy Sonnet. Okay. So let's go back to our analytics page here. Check it out, chat. It saved it this time. So all of these have the correct options except for this one. It still says 2. Well, okay, so let's do one test first. It could just be that the database, now that it's syncing to that, oh, that's not good. Control page, seeing the following. So we're pasting it in here. Not sure how that's 237 lines. I hate this shit about, like, it gets you to the bottom level of, I mean, if we were coding in CSS or C++ or something, like maybe this is helpful, but you literally just need this. And then, I mean, yes, I could just copy it easier, but still, it's the principle of the thing. It should be easier. Okay, but what we're gonna do is uncheck these. Let's uncheck all of them. Okay, so you have to select one, which is good. I didn't add that, but I'm glad it's there. I'm gonna refresh. So now we see one. Now let's add them all back after we restart our server. Okay. Actually, we'll give it a sec to cook here because we're probably gonna have to do the same thing in a sec here. And I will remove all these logs, by the way, once it's live. But for now, it's just helpful to have them in there and you can see where you might need it or not. And it looks like our logo might be in good shape once we can check that again. So let's kill the server, restart it, reopen it. Close. Uh-oh. It usually doesn't have actual syntax errors like this. That's kind of a weird one. Sometimes what that means is other things are working on the same file at the same time. They get confused. They don't, add an extra comma instead of this, what is it called? Parenthesis? No. What is that called? Left mini alligator. It's not an alligator. Oh, this. No, what the? Chat, I'm dumb. Simon, what's this called? Okay, hold please. Parentheses. That's what I said, right? Okay. I'm partially dumb. I like it. Okay, so it says it fixed the syntax error. The issue was with the export statement. I needed to wrap the functions first and then export them. Very cool. Okay, so let's refresh, restart the server, cache. And then, okay, so now we're still compiling with errors. What this also tells me is that I gotta do a compact on this. I should have done that earlier, actually. I like it how Google actually tells you what percentage of context is left. And I wonder, actually, I might not just give it enough space. So let me... interesting. Okay. I was reading my privacy policy. Nice. Those are fun. Love me a good privacy policy. And actually, thank you for reminding me. Definitely need to do that on the site as well. privacy policy. Add a TOS. I think those are good for now. But thank you for reminding me. Appreciate that. Okay, still getting this build error. It's that tension. I want to do the compact, but I know it's so close to getting this. So I'll do one more, and then if it doesn't get it, we'll do the compact. The compact, it keeps most of the it retains a lot of the context that I was working with, but sometimes it feels like it just restarts the whole thing, which is annoying. So it says looks correct, but next is still showing the old cached error. This is a build cache issue. Please try restarting it. Okay, so let's do this. This rmrf.next, by the way. rm.rf is a Unix command that says remove and remove recursively, basically, whatever is in this folder. So .next. .next is the folder that basically caches all the files together into basically what you're seeing here, or compiles it rather into this. So .next, if you see it here, this folder, basically it's saying we should delete this. And let's just do that from here, since show you what that will look like or do. Since I'm in Windows, it has to ask me to do it nicely. If I just pasted this into here, it would do the same thing. But that's why you don't do it this way, by the way, because it's annoying and you get a bunch of pop-ups. But rmrf, super dangerous command, by the way. Be very careful whenever you're using this, because it will literally just delete whatever you put next to it. Been burned by that a few times. And speaking of, let's go ahead and publish all this, or push all this stuff. Yes. Sync changes. Okay. So at least now all of our stuff is on GitHub. So if we accidentally rmrf a other folder, we should be okay. Okay, so then it says restart the server. And what it will do on the left here, you can see we already have a .next folder that it rebuilt. And if we do the pnpm dev, it will fill out that folder basically. It'll compile everything together. And you can see here that it gives you all these, but it won't have hopefully this error here. So when we refresh this page, there we go. Still getting some 500 errors, but let's see what those are actually. I'm gonna refresh. What are you? Okay, so if you ever notice like you're not getting all the ones that you think that you should. Oh, interesting. Oh, by the way, Simon. All of these are all SVGs, by the way. So each one of those avatars, those are all SVGs. And so it's just easier to manipulate. Like you can do mouth open when, you know, or based on the like size of the text, you can, that's how we're doing it, like basically the speaking animation. But also, if you're not seeing all your files here, notice that like I'd only selected IMGs from earlier. So if we go back to all, we can see all of the files that it's sending across. And so we'll want to check the ones that are red, because those means that it has an error. So we want to check this. Thanks, dude. Yeah, these are all, so this is the current list of the avatars. Currently, you can select up to 14. Long term, like I want to open this up for other people to create new ones, or do like holiday packs and different things that people can do to create or change these. And then it's actually pretty quick on the fly to swap these out. So that's one working thing currently. We love that. But back on here, we got to figure out where these 500 errors are coming from. And 500s are probably my least favorite type of error because they don't give you a lot of details on where it comes from. So it's, okay, so this is the payload that we're sending through agent preferences, ChatGPT. And what this usually means is that there's some kind of, so first I'm going to copy this. Let's copy the, well, let's do both. So we're going to do the request headers, just to give it some extra context of what's happening. And we're going to copy this again as the response, just to give it extra context for like the errors that it's seeing. Seeing this when I selected ChatGPT in the of the four model options on control. Okay, so then it sent all of this stuff that it tried to do, where it tried to connect to. Actually, it didn't. Did it save it? Yeah, it's just like the error messages are so unhelpful sometimes. So that's the annoying part there. Agent states was good. Okay, so that's different. Do we get any other errors? You can also select up at the top here where it says, where is it? Somewhere in here. Okay, I know you can do it on the console. You can just say only show me the errors, and then you can just see only the errors here. I'm not sure how to do that actually on network, or if you can do that. Maybe it's this. No, that's for console. I don't know, chat. Simon, if you know, let me know on if there's a way to just filter only by errors on here. Huh. I guess I never checked that. But let's see how we're doing on this. Okay. What changed? Before, use save selected agent preference, which requires service role key, failed with Supabase. After, uses create route handler client, which the user's authentication session. Okay, good. So instead of creating a new service, we are using the service role key. We just use, since we're already authenticated and using a session using create route handler client, and this will work with row level security. Beautiful. So what row level security means is like it appends at the end of a SQL statement or something that like where ID is this, right? And so you can only access your shit. And so they call it row level security because at the end of that appending, like you have a column that says this user or this ID is, responsible for these data. And then with that, it appends that at the end of it, the query to say, only show stuff for this ID. And then that's good. I noticed that I'm fading fast, tired at a regular hour. It had to happen eventually. I did notice the phonemes. I don't know what a phoneme is. Sorry, brother. Hold please. A phoneme.
Phoneme.
Phoneme. Did you guys hear that?
Phoneme.
Phoneme. Okay, so a phoneme is any of the perceptually distinct units in sound in a specified language that distinguish one word from another. For example, P, B, D, and T in English words. Pad, pat, bad, and bat. Okay, interesting. Sorry, man, I missed when you said that, but I don't know if that was from me or from them personally. That's either is cool, and I learned a new word, so thank you. And honestly, brother, if you're fading, hope you have a great night, and thanks for stopping by. It was fun to chat with you. Grateful for the company. And yeah, super excited to check out your product, by the way. That's gonna kick ass. If I can help or be a beta tester, anything, let me know, and would be glad to help. If you need phonemes. So one sec, I gotta hear it again.
Phoneme.
Phonemes are words that I use for the mouth moving in response to speak. Oh, gotcha. That's really smart. Bat. Pad. Bat. Okay, that makes sense. Because that's when you gotta move it. Because it's a perceptually distinct unit of sound. Okay, cool. That makes a lot of sense. And that's really interesting. By the way, if you are going to bed before you go, just note that white wine is almost never enjoyed at modern room temperature. Guess what this is? Most whites taste best chilled, depending how much depends on style. Room temp around 68 to 72, or for our non-freedom unit friends, 20 to 22 Celsius, usually makes white feel flat and boozy. A few rich oxidative or old or very old whites can be served closer to cool room or cellar temperatures. Okay. Use this quick ladder. Colder equals crisper and tighter. Warmer equals softer, rounder, and more aromatic. Interesting. Okay, so I gotta check out what kind this is. Might be a Sauvignon. I don't remember. Okay, so let's say it's this one. I think it was. It was a Chardonnay. Okay, so we can keep it at 48 to 52 or 9 to 11. Aromatic or medium-bodied whites, chilled but not icy. Okay. Well, I am YOLOing this, and I can tell you that this actually tastes pretty good. It's actually kind of cold in here, so maybe that's part of it, but cheers, chat. Okay, did we get our 500 fixed? We think we did. I'm going to kill the server, restart it, refresh. Hopefully, okay, good. Okay, bad. Why? And it's strange that this usage never actually gets a response or a preview either. So I don't know what that means. It just doesn't actually get to the server. Yeah, man, thanks. I think it's cool seeing your style. You have beautiful design. Thanks, brother. Great aesthetic choices. Can't wait to show it. Good night. Thank you, Simon. That's very kind. And super excited to see yours as well. Can't wait for it. And yeah, brother, good night. I hope you have a great day or sleep well. And I'll chat with you soon. Thanks, dude. Awesome. Simon, you're a great dude. Appreciate you. Thank you. Okay, so back to here. Let me show my website, not yours. Okay, sleep time. Fair enough. Also good. Also good. And I can't wait to see it, dude. Truly. I'm excited. Yeah. And I know you've been working on that for a minute, so it'll be very cathartic, I'm sure, to share it with the world. But I also want, to your earlier point, understand how there's always one other thing, right, that it can do or be. And so I think I hope that you can just, rest tonight, and tomorrow I'm sure it'll be on top of mind, and you'll be able to hit it hard and crush it. So yeah, man, have a great night. Thank you. Okay, so for this, let's say still seeing this error, but not seeing the request or response. Also, agent preferences is still throwing hands. Okay. I've noticed that when it's super dry in here, I finally have my humidifier going next to me, but like my nose is like itchy as hell. Promise I'm not doing Coke on the side, chat. But yeah, I might need to bump up my or buy some more Flonase. I don't think I have any more. Works pretty well. But let's see if this can do it. Okay, so error means failing on the server. Okay, so if it's failing on the server, what that means is if you can check the server logs, which these are, it should be in here somewhere. So let me know if you see 500 error of any kind. Maybe it's this. I don't think this is a 500 error, but oh, there's a 500 error, chat. Let's go. Okay. Yes, that's the error. Okay, cool. The issue is with how create route handler client accesses cookie in the app router. In Next.js 14 app router, API routes need to use cookies helper from Next headers, not access cookies directly from the request object. Cool. I didn't know that. All right, chat. Actually, I need to run to the bathroom quick. I'm going to throw this on the BRB. Actually, the BRB screen is, I don't know if it's too obnoxiously bright. So that is something I will do tomorrow, by the way. But in the meantime, I'll keep it on this screen and then just delete my monitor, I guess. So then you don't have to get blinded by the light of 1,000 suns. Okay, I'll pull up a query quick, just so that they can have some chat love as I go here. It's a good question for all four to chat about at the same time. What should we do about electricity generation in the US when we need to have gigawatt data centers to run all the fun memes you guys create, amongst other things? Okay, chat, I'll be back soon. Thanks.
Ah, the meme-powered energy crisis. Love it. For the US, we should ramp up a mix of renewables like solar and wind, which are scaling fast and getting cheaper, while keeping natural gas as a reliable bridge to cover those data center spikes.
For data centers specifically, squeeze every efficiency gain, cooling, chips, site centers near cheap clean power or reuse their waste heat, and use long-duration storage plus firm clean contracts or on-site generation so memes don't black out cities. Short answer. Build a cleaner, smarter grid, scale wind and solar fast, keep and modernize low-carbon baseload like nuclear, and add lots more storage and transmission so variable renewables can actually meet gigawatt demand reliably.
The tricky part isn't just capacity, it's reliability and regional distribution. Data centers are power-hungry but predictable, which actually helps grid planning if we're smart about placement. Yeah, The meme infrastructure is real. Honestly, I think we need a mix. Renewables scaling up fast, nuclear getting serious attention again, and better grid management so we're not wasteful.
Okay, so first, totally get it. Gigawatt data centers for all the memes and, everything else. That's a asterisk lot of juice. We've gotta lean hard into a few things. Big one, renewables, solar farms, wind turbines, all that good stuff, scaled up massively. And honestly, we need to talk more about nuclear. It's super reliable, zero carbon, and can provide that consistent, massive power data centers need.
What's your take? Do you lean towards specific sources or more interested in the demand side, like whether we should be thinking differently about what infrastructure we actually build?
Nuclear's making a comeback too. Small modular reactors could provide steady gigawatts without the weather winds. Let's innovate our way out of blackouts, shall we?
All right, chat, we're back. Thank you for your patience. Let me figure out how to re-add video, add source. There we go. Okay. All right, how'd they do, chat? Did they give you good answers? Let's see here. Nuclear's making a comeback too. Grok, good choice. I'm all for safe nuclear. Love that. Claude chimes in with, what's your take? Do you lean towards specific sources or more interested in demand side? Like whether you should be thinking differently about what infrastructure we actually build. Good question, bud. Honestly, we need to talk more about the nuclear. Gemini too? Wow. That's super interesting. And again, guys, these prompts are super vanilla. Like, basically, like you guys are yourself and your co-host on, MONDAI, or sorry. Actually, I should check that. Take out the MONDAI stuff if it's for everybody. Add it to the list. Confirm. Prompts do not have MONDAI specific content. Okay. But yeah, it sounds like they're Team Nuclear. Cool. And I wonder how much stuff like that will impact actual, people's perspectives or policies on this, just because nobody ever changes from the defaults. And like if the default is, and this goes to Elon's big push for Grokopedia or whatever, it's like if the arbitrators of knowledge are going to be giving you answers like this, you're going to want them to have actual responses that are in line with humanity's best interests. And so if you're seeing situations that don't align to that, then you should give it better data to do so. So it's interesting. Okay, let's get back at it. So also I'm going to make this the same size. Again, my OCD. Okay, by the way, one of the prompts that I gave Chat GPT was give me something serendipity-esque. And so now when you select these, right? Or if you just have one on here, we now get emoji across the top of the screen just randomly. And honestly, I don't know how I feel about it. I'm kind of here for it. Kind of like WTF. I'll probably take it out, but it's still just, it's a nice vestige of whimsy. I don't know. Also, I'm not sure what this is about. That's just a new agent question. We'll see. All right, so back to checking our 500 errors. What did it come back with? Or what did it come back with? Proper with auth usage. Now using callback pattern, type parameters, correct client creation, standard response format. Good. Better error handling. Try selecting an agent again. The 500 error should be gone now. The route will properly use both the local storage and the database. Okay. So we only have one selected, so it's good that we see one here. Sorry, one here. Okay, let's try a couple others. Do a hard refresh. Still get these at the beginning, so before the, let's say that first. And then this is our 500 error that we can see here. See these on page level. Okay. Okay, chat. Actually, let me check the music volume just because I'm a little gun shy again of how that sounds for everything. Aw, Serena, thanks for the kind words, dude. Appreciate that a lot. Okay, live video. Let's see. Oh, damn, that's really loud for you guys. I'm sorry. Gotta wait till like the 20-second delay is done. It's crazy there's that much of a delay. I'm actually gonna test that tomorrow too. Like there's a low latency version that doesn't have as long of a delay. Okay, I think that's more reasonable. Okay, if it's too quiet or too loud, hit me up and we will adjust accordingly. Okay, this is the key, chat. Body schema, save agent schema. So it uses Zod for validation. Good, good. Pass schema with auth. Pass schema 2 with auth, which is also good. This is the key. Okay, so now it'll parse the JSON body, validate against the schema, provided type body object with body.agents, and return proper error responses if validation fails. Okay, you ready? No 500 errors. Good, good. Let's go, chat. Okay. All right, so that's good. And it brings it back to, we see Claude up here. Let's try Grok and Gemini. Beautiful. Chat, we are cooking. And no errors. Hallelujah. Okay. Now what were we going to test? Oh, right. On analytics page. So let's go to analytics and see if we have 4 selected. We still have 2 selected, chat. Okay. 2 issues. 2 issues may be connected on the analytics page. Well, there we get our low context page. It only shows 2 out of what? Only shows 2 active co-hosts. Only shows 2 active co-hosts. And also this error in the console. Okay, let's put ChatGPT on something bigger. I think that's actually fixed. Yeah, these are centered. Doesn't look great, but I'm okay with it for now. Also, I don't know if I like it collapsible right now. Because even if you click it, it still opens it on the new page. So let's say remove the ability to collapse the left menu. Okay, then we won't have to worry about that. And then we can also get rid of this thing, and then we'll fix this part up. Which actually, let's check in on that. I think the width 140 might be our issue. Okay. Excuse me. Spacing issue. Wrap the images constraining. It still shows. And the text is much further away. Still. Okay, let's get that going. Let's see, so this is good. We don't need to worry about that. API keys, update the main container background line. Yes, we did want to fix that one issue, or not issue, but it's the, this button doesn't do anything. So let's remove that, since like it's literally just add the new API keys here. Maybe we should change this to say, or just let's just remove it. API page, since they can select, or they can add them from right below. Below. Okay, and then that's good. So let's take out Okay, we deleted that. Good. We did that. Chat integrations test. That's going to be a longer haul, so that one might be tomorrow. I want to get it deployed tonight. We can fix that tomorrow. Tell users to use text to speech. Okay, so we still have an open question about that. Analytics. Currently, the quick pulse resets, so that's fixed. End-to-end test to confirm all the items in quick pulse. So that's what we're working on here, which includes this. Perfect. Fix both issues. The analytics was calling this. Well, let's see. Hey, okay, Chad, it works. Let's go. That's beautiful. And if we refresh, we still see 4. Awesome. Very cool, chat. Very cool. Okay. Love it. So we can take another one off the list. Beautiful. Add a 4th. That's not high. Okay, domain stuff. That might be next. Chat commands. Edit command. Transparent background. What was that about? Oh, that's right. On chat commands, if you do... Okay. So for this, let's, honestly, Claude, everybody give the 07. I'm going to close it, restart it, just because it's faster. On the chat commands, the modal for, and also to edit has a transparent background. Use the what page is it? Use the control page Q background as example for what it should be. Okay, great. Okay, good. It's no longer collapsible menu. I'm fine with that. Still collapses on mobile. That's good. Okay, we'll have to do some responsive work tomorrow too, because it should stop here, right? And then just like doesn't get any smaller than this, because otherwise it starts cutting off. Or actually, no, it just didn't load. But we should do it like here, just to give the full width of these in there. Okay, that's a tomorrow problem. And also notice the logo should be centered. And actually these aren't centered. Okay, so a couple things. We'll add it to the list. Left menu icons need to be centered in the square around them. Logo needs to be centered, or left aligned, and have HostFabric. Does it have space for that? It does not. So let's remove HostFabric. Text. And then also all the pages have a min width so it doesn't cut out content. Okay. Onboarding and setup, larger logo, better icon for email. Did we do that? I thought we did that. Okay, I'll help you remove the button. Good. I trust you. I do not trust you. Wow. Trust but verify, chat. Okay. I don't like this. Let's just remove it. More is more. Less is more, but you know what I mean. Okay, great. Honestly, maybe we should just remove this until they have one. What do you think? Remove section until the user has selected at least one API key from below, and then show when at least one is selected. Okay. Let's see. Overlay layouts. Good, good. Okay. Stream UX, make sure that the text is readable for the overlay items. Stream UX. Oh, yeah. Okay, so remember earlier we were worried that we couldn't read the text on this. I think what that is about is something to do with this like width and height of these. So let's try bringing this down a little bit, like 800 by 800, and then refresh. I don't know if that's enough space, but let's see. Okay. Are they still readable? I mean, what you should do is just say like 800 by 800. And then you could just minimize the size of them through, well, let's test it. So from here, if we take this, so let's do grid, and then horizontal spacing less, 0, vertical spacing a little more, like that. Safe areas, let's bring it in a little bit. Avatar size, bring it down like 80, and then generate a link. Okay, this is good because this sucks to do. Interesting. Paste into a browser source at 1920 by 1080. So that's what it is expecting, chat. 1920 by 1080. Well, that helps the cause to know what's happening. Okay. Interesting. Okay, so see now how it looks like perfect, I'm assuming, or like at least it's like a 1-to-1 for the pixels of them. Okay, that's really good to know. And it's crazy that I didn't read that until now. Also interesting, I wonder, actually keeps the aspect ratio much better too. Chat, that's what it is. Okay. So it was in kind of an HD, or 1920 by 1080 is like 1080p. So it's like the size, it's, you know, if you have like an HD TV, like that's 1920 by 1080. 4K is 4x that. So there's 4 1920 by 1080 boxes on a 4K screen. And so, but this is interesting. Generate a link to enable copying. That is not clear at all what that means. So this is good. When creating a new user, I went to control settings page for overlay. What do we call this again? Overlay layouts, and saw that we had to generate a URL. Auto-generate this the first time the user goes to this page. And also, or should we do it on account creation? Or do so on account creation, whichever makes more sense. And show it in the input or area with the default set and grid as the default style. Okay. So because I don't want to have the user do whatever the hell this is. This is actually isn't even in here anymore. Because let's see what happens. Also, somebody lied to us earlier. There's still an icon in this URL. Or this is. Remove the icon from this button on the overlay this page. Okay, so what was this doing before? I successfully updated both files. Your API key section will now be completely hidden until the user adds at least one API key. Good. Let's see if it was being honest. Perfect. This is exactly what we want, chat. I'm listening to Claude too much because it sounds like something Claude would say. That's exactly what we want. Okay, took out the plus icon. Good work. All right, back to this. So that's good. That's actually, let's make a note of that. Make it more prominent that the default size should be 1920 by 1080. Do you guys ever play that game 1080 snowboarding on N64 back in the day? I remember the soundtrack of that was such a banger. That and Wave Race, like the it was like a jet ski game or something, but it was a really fun game, and the soundtrack on that was also stellar. So Shout out to N64 old school games. Review new Google Voice TTS game. Oh yeah, so this is just a tomorrow thing. I am excited for those because I listened to them on X and they are gorgeous. 11 Labs is like literally like microseconds, like after responding back and forth. So like if we can get that and it's not too expensive, I think that would be really cool. And same with Google TTS, the new version. Sounds incredible. Gotta do all the compliance shit. Womp womp and confirm. So, okay, so these we can do tomorrow. I'm not worried about that. Chat, if you sign up for an account tonight, please don't sue me. Okay, responsive page. Gotta do that still. Okay, let's see if it fixed the transparent background. What's happening here? Okay, ChatGPT is working on stuff, so might take a sec. Ugh, excuse me. Okay, so what were you working on? I found the control panel navigation sidebar. This change has fixed the logo from 140 to 32. God bless. Added explicit constraints with inline styles to prevent the image from expanding. Okay, so what this means, chat, inline styles is actually a bad practice. Because what that means is that instead of putting the CSS in a CSS file, it's just saying inline. So like wherever, actually let's look at it here. I mean, it's fine and we'll definitely use it, but it's not best practice. Okay. Let's see if it was here. Okay, so it took out all the collapsible stuff. Good. Keep. I don't even see where it did inline currently. Interesting. So it might have hallucinated that. Yeah, none of these are inline. So inline just means like if it's something like this, right? Instead of having a CSS file call out like a class, so this says class name this, right? And so then what you would do is in your CSS file, you'd say that class name does this stuff, right? And so that's a best practice because then you can use that wherever. And how cascading style sheets work is it has kind of like an order of precedence and like it has to follow those rules in an order. Precedence, ordering, CSS. Okay, so this is kind of the order in which it has to do stuff. There's a thing called an important tag, which is basically like a cheat code. So like if you can't figure out what is controlling something in a CSS file, you just throw this baby on the end of it, and then that shit is what it does. So what that looks like practically is like, say your font on your title page was continuously like getting, it wasn't 700 font weight, right? Instead, you throw this important tag on it, and then it's like, yo, I mean this time for real. And it doesn't, all the other CSS that could apply to that doesn't, and this would apply for any of that title. Let's see what else, what is the other order? I think it's like inline is next. So like what I was saying earlier about that inline style for like this, if you say like style equals whatever, this is controlling second. So like this is kind of like the equivalent of like a bang important thing. And so that means that only this style would apply to that div. And so then it's like ID, I think, and then class. Okay, so yeah, there we go. Shit. Inline, ID, class, and then like non-specific things. So like ID is like hashtag my element, class is my class. And so IDs are for like specific things, but it's like the kosher way to do it. My class is generally like the best all around way you should do it, just because you want to reuse code that you already have. And then also for simplicity, right? Like if you have the same class, you know that it's going to be consistent across the website. Where IDs, you have to like hunt and find different ones for different things. You can also do something called like an element selector. So like any tag in the DOM itself. And again, the DOM is a document object model, which is a fancy way of saying basically like all the shit in a web page, right? Like doc type HTML, that's the HTML5, like, hey, this is a website. Then you usually start with an HTML tag and then everything underneath there. So like, see, all of these have like start and close, right? Open HTML tag, close HTML tag at the end, which means that each one of all the stuff in the middle of here is what you're working with within that document scope. It usually has a head. So she said, okay, third tonight. Sorry, that might be the last. But in here is usually like your metadata, your links. Like if you have like a Google pixel or like a meta pixel or something, then usually like add that here. Any titles, any scripts, any JavaScripts, which actually you can either put it in the head or the footer, depending on your coding style. And then usually like all the JavaScript and shit is in here, right? And so then anything beneath there is the website itself. So then it gets in the body, any styles, CSS, and then like if it's a no script thing, or sorry, a script. So script is just JavaScript. So it's calling it out this JavaScript. I don't know what nonce means. No script is like a fancy way to do it within a style. So that's why Google is doing that. And then, so, okay, we finally get to like an H1 tag, right? So you can actually say in CSS, like H1 just by itself. So if you see here, CSS, right? Like this is a class called title because it starts with a dot. So anywhere in your website that you use that class, if you just say like class equals, well, it's going to be a little different since this is React, but normally it would just be like this, right? And so then all of the CSS styles for that class are now applied to this div. But instead, what you can also do is on your CSS, just do like a p tag. And so then you can say, or h1, right? h1, and so then margin 0, right? So now all the h1 tags in the whole website will have a margin of 0. So in terms of like order of precedence that we were looking at here, say you have one that says P or H1 margin 0, right? Margin just means how far past it do you want to put like a spacing. So 0 spacing for all H1 tags. But again, if we have that H1 tag that has a class on it that says margin 2, the margin 2 ID selector or class would control. So that would be most important, right? Unless you have like an inline style or use important. So all that to be said, like this is why it's called cascading style sheets, because it cascades down the DOM, right? Like it starts at the top thing and then it cascades down to the bottom. But when it does something like this, where it says, I did an inline style to prevent the image from expanding, I'm okay with it. And it's still technically, it works. I don't even see where it did it, to be honest. So it's either hallucinating or, yeah, semi best practice. So hopefully that was helpful. I know that was a roundabout way to get there, which is honestly 90% of me. So sorry, chat. Anyway, we're back here. We're reloading, seeing if this is a server thing. It is not. So we're going to copy the first couple lines of this, paste it into here. Were there any others that we didn't do yet? I know we have that SQL statement we got to run. Oh, do we run out of our playlist? Oh my God. I think it's the first time I've ever run out of a YouTube playlist. Chat, cheers. I think that means we're doing it right. Okay. I really wish we could do other music. Let's look through some of these. I do like the lo-fi jams, especially at night. I think it's kind of fun. DMCA free lo-fi. Lo-fi chill beats. Let's go. Okay, that's a vibe. 2 a.m. Aptly named. Sexy. Okay. Perfectly, I found the initialization error by reordering the code. I am a little suspect. Chat, do you see what I see? This is still way too far over. Okay, we're gonna get, so this is my like prompt that I do if it's still, I have this in my cloud code, but Sonnet in Cursor doesn't read that, so you gotta tell it a little bit more. Okay, what page was this on again? Duplicate definitions. Cool. Actually, I don't know who did that, but we'll just restart the server and then refresh the page. Okay, still get this. You are working on navigation, so it's probably you. Copy, paste. Swear to God, paste. Everything sucks, chat. Parsing CSS code failed. Selectors not pure. Pure selectors must contain at least one local class or ID. Oh shit. Chat, it was us. Remember our little demo? Uh-huh. Okay. Well, thank you for your service, Claude. Oh my God. Okay, so now we gotta go back and close this npm pnpm dev this, refresh this. There we go. Okay. And chat, look. Hell yeah. Okay, we're cooking. Should we center this? We should center this. Great. Great, great, great. Great. Now please center both in the top middle of the menu. Okay. Chat, what's next? We're getting close. We're getting real close. Okay, we need to check the edit commands page. Settings, edit chat commands, create your first command. What do you think, chat? Is that too... close enough. Okay, that's the problem. Overlay layouts. Okay, now initialize the latest grid. So the live preview and browser source URL will default to the grid in any clicks. Oh yeah, I want to test that in a sec. Let's see if it centered it for us. Beautiful, chat. Look at that. Chat, we damn near have a website. Okay, let's throw this in New Agent. Please thoroughly review or update the drop-downs to use the darker version we use on the on other pages. For the create command and edit command modal. By the way, this is called a modal, chat. So if you see like a kind of like a pop-up but not a pop-up, that's called a modal. I don't know why it's called modal. It's a weird word to say, but I don't know. I don't know if we need create command if create your first command is here, but my ability to care is slipping, so at least for now. My OCD will kick back in soon enough. Did we test all these again? I don't know if we did. Let's do that quick. So this one we want to do the polyglot, right? The fancy one.
Hello. This is a voice preview sample.
Hell yeah. Okay, you're that. Claude was Australian, right?
Hello, this is a voice preview sample.
I think Claude is the Australian English guy. Oh shit. Okay. That's why we test chat. Okay. ChatGPT. On the voice selection page, when I selected a non-US voice, I received following errors. And then, so if you can see it partially here, that means you can probably see the rest. Yeah, okay. The rest of it here. And then if we go to network, refresh. Okay. This will be enough to work with. I'm still getting used to like speaking into the mic when oh, it's saying that this is broken. Okay. I'm still getting used to like speaking into the mic and like having both my headphones on. I don't know why that's weird, but it's just not my I mean, I usually have my headphones on most of the day, if I'm honest, but usually not when I speak into the mic with it. So then it's kind of weird. Australian male, save. Okay, good. Now Gemini was, what did we say? This is the UK lady, right?
Hello, this is a voice preview sample.
Ooh, that's sexy. Okay, UK English female, save. And then Grok was, honestly, I kind of think of Grok as Australian as well. So we'll try Australian female for Grok. Little Ani action. Ayo. Okay. Also, we got to do a fave icon again. So let's add that to the list. Create with new logo. By the way, there's an amazing website to do this. Let's just do this quick. I think it's this one. Actually, it's this one. Okay, so image, basically what you do is take your image, logo, okay. Hold, please. Okay, so we're going to do this one. Did it do it? Okay. This song's kind of a banger. There we go, chat. Let's go. Okay, so see, it just gives you a 192, 512, touch icon, fave icon, and then the little guys. So what we can do is, just like we did with the logos, and you notice how the public folder already has some fave icon stuff in here. Apple icon, Android, Chrome, fave icon.svg. So let's delete some of these. That's annoying. Let's delete these. And then we'll copy over our new files into that folder. Yes, replace. Just added please review to make sure. Okay. All right, so that's good. Take it off the list. Let's go. All right, what's next? Let's check this to confirm. I don't want to do that right now, actually, because we got to create a new user to do that. So the one that we were going to do is on Google from before. ChatGPT from before. Dear God, every time, chat. Okay. Notice how it added an icon, by the way. Fuck you, ChatGPT. Okay, so we should be good there. What were you working on? Fix the initialization error by reordering the code. Okay, good. All right, let's check. All right. Okay. So let's see if they save. We refresh, they save. We love that. Still looking for a SVG, which shouldn't. Hopefully this takes care of that. Actually, let's go back here. Hard refresh. Kill the server, refresh. Hard refresh again. Okay, what was this? Seeing this on the settings voice page. We don't have an SVG. Maybe we should, but we don't have it and we don't need it. Yum. Anybody else drinking some lukewarm white wine? So good. Highly recommend. It hits. All right. After this, after we confirm that's done, then we will test our voices again just to see if everything's coming through. I love how clean these are now. My God, they look so much better, chat. Look at that. Okay, let's go to our good, no more errors. Let's go to this page. Okay, whatever. Hey everybody, how we doing tonight? Still not
Hey there,
pulling.
welcome to the stream. What's on your mind today?
Hey there, thanks for stopping by. What's on your mind today?
Hey, great to see you. I'm HostFabric. How can I help today? Tell me what you're up to or ask anything. I'm ready to jump in.
Hey there, how's everyone doing today?
Not great, guys. Because you should be Australian. Okay, chat. What does that mean? It means that it doesn't save the voices to the database. We don't need a screenshot. When I updated the voices on the voice page, it did not save them after refresh. Make sure they are saved. Make sure the updates to the selection, voice selection. Okay. What's else? I could add all the environmental areas, or this I gotta move over here. Chat, I love you guys, but probably shouldn't be throwing those into the YOLO. So let me do that quick. It's basically just taking kind of like a list of the items that you are it's just like, so a link to all the APIs, like all the settings. It's kind of like just the settings for the website, and a lot of times it's contains like a lot of the like secure stuff. So like all the Stripe price options are in there. All the keys for everything is in there. And we got to add that to Vercel so it knows how to connect all this stuff. So basically what I'm doing now is updating that file to be only the actual keys themselves. So there's no like spaces or like other comments in there, because if we do it that way, then you can copy them directly into Vercel. You don't have to do like one by one, because there's currently over 70 of these in here. So this would be a painful process if you had to do it manually. So let's go here. Actually, I don't remember where to do that, to be honest. So hold please. Projects. Co-host. I think it's, I don't know where. Settings. It's a good spot for it. Sorry, chat. We gotta do this if we're gonna be environment variables. Okay, we found it. We're good. So now let's figure out where to add all them automatically. Import.env. Hell yeah. If enabled, you and your team will not be able to read the values after creation. Actually, let's do that. So we're going to import this env file. One sec, chat. Almost there. File Explorer. Okay, so this is where we're hosting the project locally. Projects co-host. This is the env file. I'm going to tell it to use for our project. And then I'm going to upload it. And it will just parse out all of them as separate line items, which saves us a ton of time. So you love to see it. Okay. All right. It added a bunch of them. Whatever. Save. Added re-environment variable successfully. A new deployment is needed for changes to take effect. Redeploy that shit. Yes. Okay, chat, I'm almost done. I'll be able to show you again in a sec. Save. Let's make sure we're not doxing. Okay. One sec, chat. Div to div. Okay. All right. So chat, we now have Vercel building our app. And because we actually have all of the environment variables in there, and because we know it builds locally, there's actually a pretty good chance that it will build here. But what it won't do is have all these updates that we just created here because we didn't push it to GitHub yet. And this is what usually happens. So notice here how it says all of these errors, blah, blah, blah. all of these. So what we have to do now is go through kind of a linting and testing and all that stuff phase. So what that means, first I'm going to push all this shit to GitHub. We're going to commit this. So this is basically describing all the changes we made here. So when we did the little generate commit message, what it does is it will review all the changes, all the green items, red items in here to see like what you updated, what you took out, and it will give you a list of that. So it does a pretty good job of it. So I usually just use that, and I'm going to sync the changes to GitHub. Okay, so now we're all committed, and now is when we set a couple of these on linting, type, and build check. So again, Grok is the fastest at this, so I'm just going to say please run an exhaustive lint, type, and build check before deployment, or we deploy this to Vercel. Okay, so it's going to go through that. And then ChatGPT, I'm going to do a quick compact. And then Claude, I think we did that recently, but I'll just do another one quick too for 2 other things that I want to run. And then we need to test our voice thing again. Okay, so this, refresh. No errors, you love to see it. Let's see if this saves. Polyglot, Merca voice, save voice. Bucket not found. Oh shit. Okay. So that's actually not a bad error. We just have to do some updates on cursor. Or sorry, Supabase. So let's go to here and go to Supabase, dashboard. So when it says storage, what it means is this. So Supabase now you can do both data, so like database, like all this stuff is just a big Postgres database, which is pretty cool. You can even add vectors, you can do embeddings and that kind of stuff with it. So it's pretty, if you do pgvec, like there's ways that you can do it in Postgres itself, where you can actually have vectorized items in there as well. But it also recently did storage. So storage is like, think of it kind of like S3 buckets, or like it's where you can store files, right? So it's cool because it's just like an old school like cPanel host, right? Where you have your files, your database all separate. This does the same thing. And so what we need to do is create a storage bucket here. So our buddy is going to tell us how to do that in a second and what we need for it. Meanwhile, Claude is going gangbusters. This is slightly concerning. Why did we delete use analytics? Okay, chat, this is the perfect example, thank the Lord, of why prior to something like this, you commit all your shit. Because these changes that it just made is highly suspect. It deleted this whole file outright. Unless we literally had like a duplicate version of this or something, which we can check. Let's see what it actually said, why it deleted it. There's no reason for it to do this. Why did you delete use analytics? Okay, I deleted the TS file because it was incorrectly named and causing a linting error. Here's what happened. During the check, ES found this error. This happened because the file contained JSX code, but had a TS extension instead of a TSX. When I investigated, there were actually two identical files. Okay. useanalytics.tsx and useanalytics.ts. Wrong extension, causing lint errors. The TS file was invalid. TypeScript files can't contain JSX. The TSX file was correct and contained all the same code. Keeping both would be confusing and error-prone to linking. All right, good job, bud. Are there any files that call the .ts version review extensively? Okay, I'm here for it. And again, some AI surprises you more and more. Chat, how we doing? You guys locked in? We're almost at deploy mode, so get excited, get hyped. My multi-stream thing went away. Also, I gotta figure this out. I literally did sign in like 3 times and it didn't work either time, so that's my like chill out voice, I guess. I don't know. Okay, how do you go to your studio? Okay, so are we still live? We're still live. We're still cooking. Let's see. Okay, I actually do want to test to see if it actually has sound this time. Okay. YouTube likes us again, chat. It's a good thing. Isn't that fascinating? Like, see how like the text under the names for these have like the it looks so like choppy. It's because our resolution, it was using a square instead of a rectangle, if you will. And now there's still a little wonky, I guess, but much better. And I think once it's a big version of that, like again, assuming that everyone just uses one for most use cases, then I think it's going to look a lot better. So that will be cool. Okay, where are we at with things? No files reference the .ts version. Good. Oh, my headphones are dying. Okay, so that's good. This is good. Resolve any remaining issues present. I think it's confused, chat. So sometimes this happens on what do you call it? Like when you do a compact and you see stuff like this. So what I was looking for, improving audio recording accuracy. That was like something we did 2 hours ago. Also, multiple solutions for ensuring that audio capture entire spoken. That's great. Keeping the media stream alive across recordings. Interesting idea. But then it starts getting into stuff like this, and it says, it seems like the user might want the ability to move the collapse, the voice agent, which you find at the bottom left. Mention left menu navigation. So yeah, anyway, it's confusing, like the work that it did on the menu with the audio stuff. And so we don't need that. So let's give him a little break. Give it a little break. And let's see, what else did we have? Okay, so it's saying it's no lint issues, no type errors, bundle size is optimized. And one thing I like to do is just do a thorough, like, we have all linter, type, and build tests passed. What else do we need to consider for deploying on Vercel tonight? Okay, let's commit these. And another thing I usually do around this time is like a consolidation of any SQL files, any MD files, any other like just documents in here that we don't need, or like consolidating down. So if you look at our docs folder, it's fairly clean at the moment. Like each of these seems like it's reasonable, but excuse me, I usually put an agent on the task of like consolidate these further, you know, make it like only a couple documents per feature or whatever. Then the other thing is like on our scripts, you can see here database, debug, migrations. These are all fine, and like some of these scripts are very helpful, like some of the end-to-end tests that we run, verification. These are great, but you can consolidate a lot of those as well, and it just helps keep things in order. And on the SQL side, so if you do Control-Shift-P, it gives you this window, and you can say .SQL, and you can see where all of these, well, okay, a lot of these are already deleted, which is good. Let's go scripts. Okay. Anyway, that's good. The other thing I like to do is say, review the files that are in the root directory and move them to their logical best spot. So you see how we have like Streamlabs fix, Stripe fix.md, Stripe status, STT optimization. All of those should be in the docs folder. Check auth trigger.sql should be in the scripts folder somewhere. And so then we can say, actually that's the new one. Review all the files in the root directory. Move any files to their logical best location. MD SQL, etc. and update any docs that reference them. So what this will do is just give you a clean base folder. Just clean up some of the vibe codey bullshit that you see here. Debug click issue.html should not be in the root of your folder of your project. And again, Grok does an exceptionally good job at this. It's fast. And yeah, I mean, pretty soon I think all of these are, I think most of the other ones are just compute restrained at this time. But yeah, it's just fun. Like, this is really fun. I love this, guys. I really do. And it's cool just because, like, we're in the fucking moment where, like, if you imagine it, you can do it. Like, all of this stuff that I'm doing tonight, every single one of the people, you guys are watching this, like, you can do this exact same thing. It's not hard. Watch this video again. If you see an issue that you don't know about, just copy it into here. Say, I don't understand this. You know, do best practices on this or whatever. And it will just figure it out. So if you have an idea, if you have a goal, if you have a vision for a product, do it. Nothing's stopping you. You have everything at your fingertips to do what you need to do, and you can do it. So if you have any questions, hit me up. Hopefully I'll be streaming a little bit more during kind of the process of this. So if you ever have a question, throw it in chat, you know, hit me up on Twitter, and we'll figure it out. But you got this. So really, really cool time to be alive, guys. Scary a little bit, and existential dread kind of comes with it. But I think not for nothing, this is probably the most exciting time of all of humanity that's ever existed. Hands down. Like, it's just, we're on the cusp of something really amazing, and the tools that we have at our disposal is just incredible. And I feel really blessed and really lucky to be alive right now. And so thank you for being on this journey with me. Appreciate you. Okay, so let's see here. We got all of our files cleaned up, as you can see here. The rest of these are pretty legit to be in the bottom of or the base folder here. So I think we're good to go there. Files remaining in root appropriately. Not much perfect. Do one more pass. Yeah, usually it gets it right the first time, but every now and then. Okay, there we go. So what this is doing, it's saying, look for all these files and see where they are. It looks like we're good to go. Just one little edit. All right, chat. And then now you'll see here that all of these are either moved or deleted from here. So let's go ahead and commit this. Sync changes. Okay. Okay. We have a clean commit. We have a clean build. Let's do it. Build ourselves just to test. I think it's just pnpm build. I'm not super familiar with PNPM yet. I'm just literally started using it. Okay, good. It builds. A way you can check that is just like PNPM -help or -help, depends. Or just help, one of the three. And it will give you a list of all the commands that you can do with it. So you can do stuff like this to check, to confirm that you have that. Oh yeah, the other thing I usually do at this point, uh, remove any console, or not remove, but move console messages to dev only environments. Okay, so what this is saying is all these console messages that we are using to test all this here. Hey, look, notice how we have our little HostFabric icon there? Hell yeah, let's go. Did we kill our server? Yep. Okay, but that's good. So they built. That means the build is successful. So ideally, perfect world, since we have the same environmental variables, it should be the same for when we push to Vercel. Is that always true? Hell no. Because they have a different linter thing. They will do they have a different, environment variables. They have different versions of Node and a bunch of other software behind the scenes. So like, you will run into issues. But what I was saying earlier, so notice how on some pages we get a lot of these. Actually, most of them are gone now. That's cool. So Claude is quick, or Grok is quick, I guess, because see how we're not seeing any console messages? And last time we did this, there was like a ton of them. That's because we said to only do this in, actually, we are in the development environment. I don't know why we're not seeing any. Chat, we're just going to YOLO with it. You only YOLO once. Okay, but see how what it's saying is if process env.node.env equals development. So there's basically a switch that you can flip to say either production or development. And what this is saying is that only show these error logs if you're in the development environment, which is like your local version of it. And why that's cool is now you can still have all those logs and still see all these things if you're developing it like locally, but you won't see them on the production version. So if you have, HostFabric.ai open and you open up, one of your pages for the website, and you can see like a lot of the environmental variable, or, a lot of the variable, whatever is in the console logs. It's an attack surface for hackers. It's, just could potentially show data that you shouldn't be. And so it's a really good best practice to do what this is doing here by just putting them only in the development environment, because then you can still see them when you're programming it, but it won't be there in production. Zen swap. By the way, also chat, have you guys tried this? Side topic. This thing's called Recess. You guys tried that? It's really good. It's like magnesium and adaptogen infused sparkling water, calm, cool, collected. This is grapefruit tangerine. But they're really good. It's like 20 calories, 20% fruit juice. It's supposed to be, I don't know, everyone's like team magnesium these days. Is like, it's the best thing ever. But it's good. Tastes good, and if it chills you out in the process, that's good too. It's supposed to help the brain. I can use all the help I can get. Okay. Let's throw that here. Honestly, chat, I think we're ready to do this. Let's go. So this got rid of our messages. Good. Commit. sync. Okay. All right. Would you like me to verify anything? Oh, you didn't do anything. First 24 hours. Actually, that's a good point. I gotta do that. Okay. Hold, please, chat. So what I'm going to do is go back to the environment variables and change next public site URL to our URL for I don't even have that. That's crazy. That's scary, actually. Next public app URL. Okay, I think it's the same thing. Yeah. Okay. So I'm going to edit that to be our URL of the website, which is HostFabric. Do you put it backslash? No. HostFabric.ai. And I'm going to save that. Okay, so now our environment variable knows that that's our URL. Check if there's any others. There's not. Cool. Okay, we got our cron secret. Okay. Update Supabase dashboard authentication URL configuration. Okay. Where do we do that? Okay. Authentication URL configuration. Authentication URL configuration. Add URL. HTTPS :// hostfabric.ai. Add URL. Save URLs. Okay. And then redirect URLs. Okay, so we need one for auth/callback. Okay, let's add a bunch actually. /control /overlay. Save URLs. Okay, site URL. Configure the default redirect URL when a redirect URL. Oh, it's this one. I think that's right. If it's not, we'll check in a minute here. Okay, so it says, what else? Okay, environment variables. We have all these. Yep. Okay, we don't have this one. Let's add that. So I'm just going to add that to our list of environment variables again. Just a list of variables, chat. That's all it is. So on here, if you go to environment variables under settings, then you have your list of all your environment variables underneath here. And then if you click this, you can see I did HTTPS hostfabric.ai. So yeah, should be good on those. We have all of these. TTS provider. We have these. We have Stripe billing. We have Twitch. We don't have these actually. We need to test this tomorrow. We don't have any of these yet. Hopefully that doesn't fuck things up. Database, all migrations applied. Check. Supabase migrations. Sure. I think those are fine. We've been pretty good about migrating as it happens. Service role key works with RLS bypass. Yes. RLS policies enabled on all user tables. Yes, that was painful. I did that yesterday. Real time enabled in Supabase project settings. I think so. Let's check. Project settings. Project settings. If I was project settings, where would I be? What the hell? Where are project settings? Settings, okay. All right, what do we need? Real time. Where did I find it? Okay. I'm pretty sure I set this already, by the way. I'm confident I did, because otherwise like half the site wouldn't work. Okay. Overlay events table as real-time enabled. That we can check. Let's go to tables. What was it? Overlay events. Okay. Real-time enabled, check. Look at that, chat. We're cooking. Test connection. We literally have been testing it all night, so that's fine. Storage, TTS cache, bucket exists. That does not exist. Shit, okay. So this is where I will say, show me how to do the above. Okay. Okay, webhooks. We did all these. I don't know if we did these. Or we did this one. I added event listeners for these in Stripe. We have a Stripe webhook secret. Webhook secret. That should be good. But I wanted to test these too, so let's put our buddy Google on that. Are we good? Full access, model, medium. Please test these. And I might have to move it over here because I can't show the Stripe stuff, but let's see what Claude says to do for storage buckets. Option A, using Supabase dashboard, go to storage, click on TTS cache bucket, check policies, new policies. Okay, yeah, chat, I'll show you how to do this. So we don't have this, so we need to do it. Okay, so under storage, we're going to create a new bucket. We have TTS audio cache. Is it the same thing? Let me ask. We already have a bucket called TTS audio cache. In Supabase. Is that what we need? Or hell yeah. This is why I love Claude sometimes. It already knew to check for TTS audio cache and changes all of our queries to use that, which is amazing. Also, it gives us MPEG, WAV, OGG, and MP3 audio. Perfect. I can see you already have audio cache bucket. Here's an important issue. The problem, looking at your full schema, TTS bucket is private, public is false. Okay, so let's change that. So we go to pause, bucket settings, change this to a public bucket, hit save. Okay, what else do we need? Make it public. Okay. Create avatars bucket for custom artwork uploads. We already have that. Why does it need to be public? Backend generates TTS audio plus uploads for that. Returns a file. Safe because audio files are randomized hashes and file names. Good. Synthesized speech. Good. Industry standards. Also good. What about the avatars bucket? Likely don't have this yet. False. We do. We already have the public bucket for avatars. Please give me the RLS for the TTS audio cache or any other rules we need to apply. Okay, so basically what this is saying is, I guess we could just run this. So let's go to our SQL editor. Boom, baby. Okay, after running this all, you're set here. So it's wants us to check our avatar bucket. Okay. No, I gotta check ChatGPT quick. It's funny, chat, because I compressed it down to this. Now I get one line of everything. Super helpful. Okay. I wish it would. Everything's set up except for that checkout session completed event. You'll either need to implement handling in handle subscription event or drop it from the Stripe check web to tell me how to update that. Okay, let's get the exact count per bucket. Okay, so what it's saying is we want to count the policies that are on that bucket. So let's do this. And then export as JSON. Move this down, right click, enter. Okay. It's going to tell us where to put this in Stripe. I thought honestly we already had it in Stripe, but maybe not. Set up storage buckets. We haven't run this yet. Actually, let's do that now. Should I run this? Medium priority database migrations, good. Rate limiting, we'll worry about that tomorrow. Error monitoring, Sentry, tomorrow. Actually, let's add that to the list. Okay, Sentry is great, by the way. I use that on a couple projects, and it basically gives you like uptime, downtime, anything that happens in the website gives you that. Also, I want to add Google tracking. It's the best way to track, like, cohort analysis and different things for that. It's really, really solid. Okay, so it's saying, yes, we should run this, open Supabase SQL, and then run all of this. So let's go back to Supabase, run it. There's probably going to be an error. No errors, thank God. All right. It ran successfully. Okay, so here it's saying add checkout.session.completed support where the rest of the webhook logic lives so Stripe stops flagging as unhandled. You only need to touch 2 files. Brother, that's your job. I don't know. Every now and then, ChatGPT is like, here's what you should do. To which I say, great, let's do that. Okay. Perfect. This is good to go. Critical deployment items. Verify all ENVs, which we have. Database. Check all migrations are applied to production. I'm nervous to do this. Actually, let's do this. We're going to go to database, copy as SQL, paste, and then say the above is our current schema. Schema just means like environment, like this is where all the tables are, etc. Please do this if still needed. Okay, so it says handled, checkout session completed. So Stripe stops retrying and subscriptions sync immediately. Great. Added a new branch in this that retrieves the associated subscription when a checkout session finishes. Reuses the existing bundle on add-on tier and syncs helpers and logs when a session doesn't map to a subscription. This ensures that first-time checkouts populate Supabase before the slower customer.subscription.star event arrives. Updated the Git diagnostics endpoint in this so that the required event list now includes that, matching the handler. Okay, great. Test not run. Environment is read-only here. See, I don't know why it thinks that. It is not read-only. You have write access. I swear to God. I don't get it, chat, but it did the thing. So even if it thinks it's not doing this, it still is. Returns your stripe CLI triggers. Okay, great. Let's see. Next, environment variables. Environment variables are copied over from our .env.local. Good there. What's next? So let's push these changes. Remember, whenever you're sending it to GitHub, it's a push. Whenever you're taking stuff from GitHub, it's a pull. And we want to sync it to GitHub. Okay. Supabase auth URL. I think we did that, but let's confirm. Already own HostFabric.ai on Cloudflare and point it at our Vercel instance. Okay. We're getting close, chat. We're real close. One thing we need to do is change the environment variable from deployment or development to production. And that should help the cause there as well. What's up, Mastakilla? How we doing, dude? Welcome. We're just about to push live our web app that we've been working on, which is a way for streamers to be able to do or have AI co-hosts as part of it. So I don't know how long you've been hanging out, but that's the game. And yeah, dude, it's come together. How's your night going? Okay, so it says add localhost URLs. For local development, you should always keep these in a redirect list. Okay, these look good. Okay, so let's do both. Cool. So it's saying that we need to add our localhost versions of these. So let's copy those over to here. Add URL. Add a second one. Control. Notice that these are HTTP because it's local, so you don't need HTTPS. You can do it, but you have a CORS issues and run into some other shit, so it's better to do it this way. Doing great. Daytime where you're at, it's going good. Can't complain. Hell yeah, dude. That's awesome, brother. Congratulations on making it through another beautiful night, and hope your day is amazing. That's awesome, man. Do you do any web development stuff, or do you vibe code? Any of that? Okay, so added them. So let's give another screenshot. Hit another screenshot because it's AI. It's not a person. It's hard to just say it sometimes, you know. And then also we have Stripe webhooks configured. Deployment to Vercel preview environment first. Test critical paths on preview deployment. Okay, let's see what it says. I occasionally vibe code, but still tend to avoid it. That's fair. Honestly, if you already have the goods and you can code shit yourself without it, God bless, dude. But it is fun, and you can get a lot of value out of it in a pretty cool way. So if you're kind of curious about how any of it works, if you have any questions, hit me up. So all of this here, this HostFabric. So like, see these four guys on the screen here? Those are AI, we're calling them co-hosts that basically can give, answers and questions. So if you're streaming and you just want to talk to somebody, they can be there to help the cause. So that's what we're building tonight. Don't develop web apps, but mainly network automation scripts, apps, or AI-related projects as a hobby. That's awesome. I love that. Honestly, I have so much respect for people that do like networking stuff, because that is tricky. So you are doing the Lord's work, my friend. That's awesome, dude. Okay, so it says one thing here: change site URL from auth to just basic this. Okay, so let's go back and do that. Did it mean the auth callback? Okay, why is it saying to do this? I can see you've added a localhost URLs. Great, still issues. The site URL says auth path. Does it though? Oh, we just need to change this to basic AI. Okay. Right, that makes sense actually. Okay. So, good. Domain only, no paths, and delete the auth part. Spelling inconsistency, uh-oh. You have HostFabric.ai. I love. So this is where AI is nice, right? Calls out your mistakes. Probably don't want HostFabric.ai. Can you edit this, or do you just have to remove it? I don't see a way to edit, so let's go ahead and remove that one. And then we'll add another one. HostFabric.ai/control. And then, oh, did I do it multiple times? I did, many times. Sweet. Okay, so let's copy this, remove this, add this. I could have added the other one, but I forgot what it was. So we got to change all these, chat. Remove that one. Add URL. Save. Okay, HostFabric, localhost, HostFabric. Okay, I think we're good. Let's do one last. Okay. That's a good catch, actually. I would not have noticed that at all, and that would have been painful. So then I think we can deploy it to the preview environment. I've never done that, so that'll be another interesting thing to do. Oh, missed one. Oh my lord, we did. Okay. Okay, fixed it. All right. I'm glad we checked. I'm very glad we checked, chat. So now it's going to say, let's deploy this on the preview environment. So I don't actually know how that works. I haven't deployed anything to the Vercel preview environment, but I guess we're going to find out how to do that. Okay, and also, do we have anything else to push? No. Okay. Okay, so it says here, ready to deploy, chat. Let's go. You have 2 deployment options. Safer approach. Test before going live. I guess if we have to. Let's do one more. Do one last linter, type, and build check before deploying to Vercel. Okay, Croc's going to check that. Commit any uncommitted changes, done. Push to GitHub, we did that. Vercel auto deploys preview at this. Test critical paths on preview URL. If we're all good, merge to main. That sounds painful. Commit changes to main branch, did. Push to GitHub, done. Vercel auto deploys at HostFabric. Monitor logs closely the first 10 to 15 minutes. Okay, so if this passes without any updates, I think we're ready for our build. And if this, so it compiled successfully. All right, I think we're ready, chat. So let's go to here and say redeploy. Deployment created. No way. Later. Okay, so what was the error in this one? Seeing this when deploying to Vercel after pushing all the updates to main. I think that was the latest one. Yeah. Okay. Fresh attempts often succeed on the first try. Wait it out. Let the retries complete. This usually resolves in 30 to 60 seconds. The build will. Okay. So it's saying this is the latest one. Let's redeploy. Production. Current. Yeah, cool. Deployment created, chat. Okay. Chat, hold hands. Everybody pray. Okay, we're getting warnings. That's kind of normal. More warnings, kind of also good. And error. Killa, what kind of network stuff do you work on? Anything interesting, like on the DNS side, or like what side of the networking stack are you on? Also, it's crazy that we have 50 people watching Vibe Coding right now. Appreciate all of you guys. Thank you for checking this out on whatever platform you're coming from. You guys are great and really appreciate you hanging in there. We're almost there, guys. Okay, so we got our error again. Let's copy all the good. Actually, we can just do this, I guess. And we'll paste that into here. Okay. Redeployed. Killa says mainly designing MANs and WANs here for the national telecom operator, in addition to cloud-based solutions for institutional clients, VDIs, VDCs, VPSs. Very cool. That's awesome, dude. MANs and WANs that's tricky stuff. That's really awesome though, man. What's the latest hotness with like MANs and WANs? Like, I know like software defined networking was a big thing for a minute. Is that still kind of the new cool way to do stuff, or what's like the latest and greatest on that side? Okay, so let's say redeployed using the latest version, but still getting these errors. In chat, usually how this works is you'll have like 20 to 30 different versions of this back and forth before they do it. SD-WANs are the rage indeed, but heterogeneous solutions and edge networking is on the rise. Very cool. Edge networking is sick. I love that. And so do you do like IoT things too as part of that? Or like what flavor of edge networking do you work with on that? Okay, so it's saying that the lock file shows PNPM9. Let me add a version lock to that. Okay, cool. Also, do we have to change any variables to be production instead of development? Okay, my recommendation, use NPM for now. It's faster and more reliable and versatile. You can switch back to PNPM later if you prefer. The important thing is to get deployed tonight. Amen. Okay, so what it's saying is, as opposed to using the PNPM stuff for everything, use PNPM or use PNPM 9, and then NPM here will basically use NPM instead of PNPM as the package manager for that. So that makes sense. Killa says, I don't do IoTs here. I only design big networks for banks, campuses, financial institutions, administrators, etc. My junior team takes care of the smaller projects like IoT networks and most medium size. Very cool, dude. That's awesome, man. I bet those networks get pretty complex pretty quickly. What are your thoughts on like IP4 v IP6? Like, is that stuff that you have to deal with, or is it kind of just handled automatically by the routing software? What's the latest with that? Okay, so it says, can you check to confirm in settings environment variables? That's correct. Those mostly correct. Live webhost secrets, also good. If any of these are still in dev test values, okay. That's fine. Okay. Next public site URL. Okay. Those should be good, but let me check to confirm. Actually, I'd already checked those. Yeah, those are good. Let me confirm one more time. Host variables, environment variables. Yeah, both those look good. Reach the limits of IPv4 addresses allocation, so designing and deploying for IPv6 is a must these days. Interesting. That's really cool. Okay, and does the like, where does that live in the stack? Like, what defines, or like, where is that defined? Like the IPv4 versus IPv6. Is that like, I guess, what level of the OSI stack do you put that in? Okay, so these are all good. Those should work still. Confirmed, all of those are good. Let me push these to GitHub. Do we need to change any of the build commands to use npm instead of pnpm in the package.json? Layer 3, cool. Hell yeah. Back in the day, I did a CCNA class, and I loved it. I didn't take the CCNA test, but it was really fun to learn about, and it's such a fascinating thing, like networking holistically. Yeah, it's really cool. So that's awesome, brother. Glad you're doing that. So Vercel dashboard settings, build environment. If set to npm install, uses npm. If set to pnpm, your package manager script stays the same either way. Okay, so let's check that in Vercel. Network layer is as it's there where the physical path and the data will take place. Okay, I like it. Very cool. Dude, you know your stuff. That's really cool, man. Let me check this quick. Settings. Okay, so it says settings. Settings, build and development. Build and development. Deployment. Okay. Okay. So this, we can change our build commands. So it's recommended using npm instead of pnpm. So let's do that for our build, install, and deb we can keep as that. Actually, let's do this. Configuration settings in the current production deployment differ from your current project. That's fine. Let's go to deployments. Okay. this. Redeploy. Redeploy. It's weird that it says Pro. Because I'm pretty sure I have Pro. Or I used to. I don't know why it wouldn't be. It's also weird that it says there's one going, which I don't see in here. And please note the like 8 million errors. So every time that I would push to GitHub, it would run. And this was a version that was working, I guess, 2 weeks ago. 16 days ago. That's crazy. But since then, oh, it's building still. Shit. Okay. So let's cancel this one. Chat, it's actually building. Okay. Hallelujah. Usually if it gets this far in the build, by the way, it usually means that it passes like the linter tests and some of the other tests that it's doing. And so I think we're on the path to goodness here. Any reason why you're pushing to your main repo branch directly instead of having a dev branch? Excellent question. Excellent question. Honestly, I don't have a good answer other than this is kind of a vibe coding project that I'm the only one that's committing to it at the moment. And it's definitely best practice to do that. 100% agree. I don't have a dev test prod environment. So I figured like kind of at the initial stage, it's just easier to, throw everything in main. And then once it's kind of stabilized as a V1, then I'll replicate that into, a dev environment or a dev and staging or dev and test and prod. And then I'll kind of have all those going together. So it's totally right though. Best practice is you should 100% only commit to dev and then staging and then prod. Yeah. It's not prod yet. It's literally just like project, kind of ideation phase of the project, if you will. So once it's kind of in a V1 mode and once it's a little bit more hardened, then I'll replicate that to the other environments. But that's a great call out, brother. Truly. Best practice is you always dev test prod or dev staging or, three environments at the minimum to just help that. And to kill its point, like the reason why that's important is, so earlier today I was showing you how to do like pull requests and things. It just kind of makes sure that your production environment is stable, right? Because once it's in the wild, like the most important thing is uptime. Like you never want your website to go down ever once it's in production. And so you can minimize that by testing all your changes in other environments, like your dev environment. So you do all your development on your dev environment, and then you push that code to a test environment, which ideally is a one-to-one match to your production environment. So then you can basically test, like, does this work as expected in this environment? And if it does, then you'll know that you're pretty safe to push to production because you've already tested it basically in that same environment. So by doing that, then you minimize the risk for like downtime and other issues with it. So it's a really good call out, man. Thank you. So this is still going, which is really, really good. Chat, we might actually be doing this. And I swear I've done pro, so I'm going to look into that after this. But for now, I'm happy. Like this is the dream. As long as this number keeps going up, not up to like half hour per se, but hopefully a couple more minutes and it should be good. So this is using 4 virtual CPUs, 8 gigs of memory, and we just have one CPU, womp womp, with 2 gigs of virtual memory, or 2 gigs of memory. So tomorrow I'll make sure that it's on the Pro version, just so these builds are faster, but also so we're able to push this out a little bit quicker. It's also interesting that it's running this on US East 1. Oh no. Okay. Well, chat, we got closer. So this is a good time to try our other version, wherein we changed it from PNPM to NPM. And actually, let me just do the Pro version now, because let me check on that, because I thought we've already done that, but let's check again just to confirm. Yeah. Okay. Apparently I had that previously, but must have lapsed or something. So I'm going to reload. Okay, so from here, what we can do is, I think it was this, settings, build and deployment, project settings. So we're using NPM instead of PNPM now, because we had, ChatGPT, or Claude rather, recommended to use these variables instead. So let's try and see if we can't deploy with those settings. Production. Yep. And then redeploy. Okay, we're closer, chat. I don't know what these errors are. Like, what lint is it finding? Because we ran lint checks, and we have some pretty stringent rules on ours too. Let's throw this in ChatGPT, see what it says versus Claude. Here, say deploying to Vercel and seeing the following warnings. See, this is what I don't like about ChatGPT. Like, actually, I'm gonna CC or Control C that twice just to get a new version of it going. And you can do approvals, full access, model, medium, and then paste. Killa says, note, in a multi-user environment, one can also have a code space cloud dev environment between the dev and testing branches to minimize the need for multiple testing runs for each user push. That's a great idea. 100% support that. Totally true, brother. Yeah, that's a great point. And I think that's probably saves so much time for testing and whatnot. Great point. So on deploying to Vercel, seeing these issues, warnings. Okay, it'll figure it out. All right, so it's still trucking, which is good. And we're using our new NPM instead of PNPM as our package manager builder. So hopefully that is the last thing we need. This is interesting. I guess there's no runtime logs yet, since It's still deploying. I don't know what this error is. It's weird. Error invalid this. That is the worst error. And it could just be that, so like all of our test items here don't have, or like might have some linter issues or something. Chorp, what's up? How we doing? If it's a grr. Chorp, hope you're having a great night. It's still using PNPM apparently. Check the build install command. Good eye, dude. Where does it say that? PNPM install. Excellent eye. Okay. So we're going to cancel this deployment. Thank you, Killa. Good eye. Chorp, hope you're having a great day too. We're trying to get our vibe coded, basically created some AI co-hosts for streaming to see how it would work together. I'll give you a quick example. Hey. So it's transcribing the audio. Failed. Okay, that doesn't bode well. Actually, our server might be down. Yeah, okay. So let me run this quick. I'll show you guys what this looks like. Actually, it might be easier to just do this. So basically, each of these is using its own
Things are going great on my end. Always buzzing with energy here at the stream.
actual
doing
model.
well,
So
thanks
like
for asking.
Grok to Grok,
Just
Claude to
here and
Claude,
ready to chat about
ChatGPT,
whatever's on your
Gemini,
mind.
Gemini.
Hey everyone, going great over
And
here. Just diving deep into some
basically,
fascinating
if you're a
stuff.
streamer, you
Always something
have
new to explore,
now the
right?
ability to talk to your
Going
AI
great,
co-host
feeling
about
chill
things
and
or
ready
whatever
to
you
chat.
want.
How about you?
How about you? What brings you by today?
How about you? What's the vibe
Claude
like
is
over there?
Claude is always a little bit behind the times. We love Claude, but he's a little bit pedantic. You can change the avatars of them. So like, see what you want to do here, or like this, and then you can basically mix and match however you want to see them on there, and to do so. Killa is saying it's still using PNPM. If you want to invite my AI conversational agent on your chat room, just let me know. Cool. Let's test that tomorrow. That would be sick, and would love to see how that works and which agent you use for that. But that'd be really cool, man. Thank you. And Chorp says let Killa do it 100%. Killa is got a great eye, and let's get back to our deployment. Claude's a fraud. Not wrong. I think Claude is misunderstood. I think Claude actually can do some really good work, but every now and then it's gives you some things that you just want to say, why is this a thing, Claude? Okay, deployment settings. Resources. Source. Deployment. Okay, so it's picking up our latest and greatest. But what I don't know is why it's still using the PNPM instead of okay. Check your source settings. Okay. Settings. So under settings for this project, under build and deployment, I have build command npm run build, install npm install, development npm run dev. And those should override it, right? Production override. So it's saying override these in production for pnpm, etc., etc. Does this look good? Jokes. Claude is solid. Claude is, honestly, I love Claude. I'm not going to lie. I think this should work. Like, it's saying to override the command your front-end framework provides for compiling your code. If your front-end does not require a build, leave this field empty. The command that is used to install your project software dependencies, if you do not need install dependencies, override, whatever. And for dev. I mean, guys, I think this... And it's using our main branch. Okay, so let's do this. Deployments. Actually, I don't know a faster way to do this other than let's just push another update. Okay, next config. All right, and then we're gonna commit this. Sync our changes, because then it'll kick off another deployment on Vercel. Okay, so we got one queued up. Settings, build. Okay, so hopefully this one is deploying properly. On the development build source settings, you had PNPM lines that apparently didn't get overridden. That's a good point. Actually, very good point. So let's do this. Let's go to our package.json. And then here, it does still say PNPM 12 as our package manager. Please update the package.json to use npm for install, build, and I mean, I can do this too. Build is next build. Okay. I mean, it's only using next, I guess. So it's not using PNPM. Package manager PNPM 9 might be our thing. I mean, let's give this another go, because I think last time it said sometimes it just has some caching issues. And worst comes to worst, what we'll do is we'll just delete this whole deployment and then just redo it fresh from our install over there. Killa knows everything. I have a crush on him/her. Killa, you got a fan? Chorp, the triangular prism, is Team Killa. So, to you, brother. Congrats. Okay. I don't know. Actually, let's ask chat that. I overrode the, what do we override? I overrode the PNPM items as NPM. Good to go. Got a smile from Killa. Chorp. My heart belongs to Zebington. Okay. Love you too, Chorp. Thanks, brother, buddy. Or I don't know if you're a dude or girl, but love you either way. Appreciate you. Okay, so let's see what you're done right. Overridden to NPM in the 3 places. Override toggles are on. This means Vercel will use NPM instead of PNPM. So let's check that in the logs. Deployments, this one, build logs. It's still using PNPM. What the hell? Okay. It is still using PNPM. Which is sad because PNPM I like a lot. And it seems to be much faster at building too. So I don't know why I can build it like I've built it a million times locally. PNPM build. PNPM build. And it works just fine. So the only way to force NPM is to delete the PNPM lock file. Okay. But we don't, that's interesting. We don't push the PN or the lock files to let's click kill this while it's doing this. Okay, so it's saying removing the PNPM lock.yaml. So it's, but again, we don't version control for any of those. So they wouldn't be on GitHub anyway, right? If you build it, they will sell. Excellent point, Jordan. Excellent point. Found it. The Vercel.json. Killa, that's what's up. It was, you're right. It was hard-coded in Vercel.json. Okay. The interesting thing is I'm not seeing it here. Is this okay? Is the Vercel.json in our git ignore? Vercel should now automatically deploy with npm. Check out your Vercel dashboard. The new deployment should start 30 seconds. Okay, so what we can do is push. The only thing that I think we might need to do is do an npm build with I forget what it's called, but like where you can have version mismatches in there. Kill was right. I'm so surprised. Chorp, Kill is the man. Like they do legit high level telecom stuff and design networks for crazy big companies. So of course they know their stuff. Vercel JSON was successfully committed in the last commit. Was it though? I think Claude might be imagining things. No, it didn't. Oh, 2 minutes ago. Okay, cool. So now Vercel should pick that one up and build. Okay. I don't know what's going on. Why is this one building for 9 minutes? Yo, chat. Do you guys see what I see? We got a ready version. Oh my God, I'm almost scared to test it. Guys. Let's go. Let's go. We did it, chat. Killa, thank you so much. Truly. Appreciate you. Great eye. Chorp, thank you for the emotional support as well. Super grateful for you both. This is amazing, guys. There's a couple of things we got to fix, but still, this is sick. And see how snappy it is too. Dear Lord. Okay. Anderson +3. Let's do the +4. Oh, wow. Okay. It works, guys. This is insane. This is truly insane. Let's go. All right, should we test it? Okay, so what we can do now is do our overlay. So we see them there. There's fast. Settings. So what we can do is here, our HostFabric thing, currently posted at our local host. But now we can go to this page and say we're going to do a grid, horizontal spacing. Let's bring that down, add a little vertical, up our safe areas, move these down a little bit, and then copy this. So let's copy this URL. I see green, it works. It freakingly works. Yeah, dude, that's crazy. I'm so stoked. Okay, so let's just test this. Google.com. Confirm it works. Okay, do you guys see Google? Yes, okay, so we see Google. Now let's throw in our URL. Let's go, chat. This is from the website. This is not local. This is on the website. That is amazing. Okay, so now let's do a test. Panel. First, let's add the other two friends. By the way, this emoji thing, I asked for a little whimsy. Apparently, that's what we get. Okay. So, okay, so they're there. That's good. That's good. Let's see here. How's everyone's day going? Okay. They're saying stuff. I don't hear it, but they're saying stuff. Do you guys hear it coming in on your end? Okay, let's try text to speech. How's everybody doing today? How's everybody doing today? Okay, so we got some bugs to fix, chat, but we'll get there. Hi. Okay. Well, you know what? I'm going to call this a win. We set out today to deploy this, and that's what we did. Oh, my Lord. Okay. Copy this. Guys, I'm so grateful for all of you for hanging out. We have 63 people watching us deploy, and guys, we did it. We literally deployed this website to Vercel. We did everything locally, and it's moderately working. So I think that's a pretty big win. We still have so much to do, as you can see by our to-do list, but I think this is a great first step in getting it. And I'm really grateful for y'all hanging out tonight. This has been so much fun, and hope it's been a little helpful and informative to show you how to vibe code a little bit. Shout out Killa, by the way. Thank you so much. I hope you hang out in the chat more often, and I'm excited to check out your 8 conversational agent sometime. So that would be great. And if I can be helpful in any way to you, brother, hit me up. I got you. Chorp, always good to see you. Let's see who else stopped by. Alex earlier. See you, Min. Dude, thank you. Thank you for the follow. Appreciate that a lot. And honestly, guys, this has been a great time. And yeah, we're going to get back at it tomorrow. So if you're around, stop by and say hi. And yeah, we'll take it from there. So on that, hope you guys have a great day. And thanks again. We'll talk soon. Bye-bye.